shade. Alrighty then, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back once again to the Esports Club Pro Series Fall Edition for Rainbow-Six-Siege. Of course, supported by Ubisoft, powered by Zotac Gaming, and our broadcast partner, Loco. I'm your host, Blackjack. Joining me is my co-host, Baba Gusta, as we are back once again for Qualifier 2, the top 4 matches. 4 more teams are yet to qualify for that top spot. So let's have a look at the matches that we will be casting and guiding you through today. Baba Gusta, how are we feeling on this fine evening?
Well, Jack, I gotta say, I am feeling great, especially with the first qualifiers that had just happened in the previous 11th and 15th of that month. We had our 4 teams qualified. That would be Team Shaheens, Team Uvu, Team Militant, and yes, of course, we have Team Hunters LFO. And now, with the second qualifiers being in play, we have already our 2 matches being in play. Kira Esports would go up against Team Hunters with a Z, and then we have the second matchup, which will happen between Team Won't Stop Peaking versus Boomers.
All right. So a couple of interesting matches here. I haven't seen the Boomers before, at least not in recent memory. But looking at the format that these teams have played through, of course, we had qualifier 1 between 8th to 11th of September, and those were the top 4 that Baba just rattled off, the top 4 that have already qualified for the playoffs. We're now getting the second set of 4 teams, starting with the matches today, 15th September, which falls right between 13th and 17th for that second qualifier spot. We've got one more days worth of play, mind you. And then there's, of course, the playoffs themselves. Starting from the 19th all the way till the 27th, it is going to be an absolute, roller coaster ride. And what is it all for? Well, for 2 things. The first, and more pressing on recent terms, of course, money. Prize pool. 1200, I should correct myself, 1200 US dollars for the top spot, 600 to second, 400 to third, and 300 to the fourth spot. Pretty big jump from second to first, and that is exactly what the teams will be fighting for, especially the teams that have been in the top before. They will want to get back there again. Kid Esports, HunterzZz, Mercenaries, Retrograde, but of course they're going to have competition from old and new teams alike. And mind you, it's not just the prize pool that these folks are fighting for. Oh, these fine teams are also fighting for some SA Nationals points.
Yep, Jack, this is the final conclusion after all, especially for Pro Series Fall. We had our first series for Pro Series, the second, which Hunters LFO did win both of them. And they've already managed to secure the spot on the SA National qualifiers. But the third one for Fall, high likely a chance that Hunters could win it and ensure that no one would get their spot. And I'm pretty sure that when you have other teams like Kira Esports, MRCZ, and now we see Team Uvu being on the rise, things will be a bit. Things will start to heat up a lot, especially with the placement that we get to see here from the point system. First place will receive 10 points. Second place will receive 8 points in total. Third place, 6 points, and then we have a fourth place which will receive a total of 4. We have Team Retrograde, who are still currently they're still fighting it out on the fourth position, and I know for the fact that only top 8 teams in the SA National will be qualified for this event. So out of those top 8 teams, we still have some other teams who are still right below the 8th position. And yeah, as we take a look at the entire standing itself, Team Clickbait, Shift W, Mahadi Esports, and Team Dam One Mia. These 4 teams will have a bit of problems knowing that they've only secured 1 point in this series.
Yeah, 8th, ninth, 10th, and 11th there. There's going to be a bit of a thing that needs to be figured out. And of course, it will be over the course of the next month and however long it takes for us to get ready for the Nationals. But yes, there is definitely some precedent for that 8th spot. As Won't Stop Peaking, they will probably get in. I mean, they have a match later today. We'll see whether or not they do. Shaheens as well. They are fighting for a qualification spot once again. So they'll have to fight their hearts out to get in to that top 8. And we'll see whether or not they do. But right now, let's go into match number 1. And let's go to the map veto for match number 1 as well. Kid Sports versus Hunters with a Z. Not to be confused with Monkey Hunters LFO. They have already qualified. Kid Esports are bringing out Clubhouse, Hunters bring out Chalet, and Oregon being the decider map. It is the SA Classic here, folks. No real surprises. The actual order of the maps, though, it is Chalet, then Clubhouse, then Oregon. So we're going to the Hunters. I guess I'll pronounce their name like that from now on. If it's okay with everybody. For map number one, Chalet is interesting when it comes to Kira Esports, of course. Kira have had a mixed history here. They've lost a few matches, of course, to the top teams. They've won a few matches here as well. They've given Mercenaries a bit of a run on Chalet as well, so their Chalet is pretty good. So I'm not entirely, sure as to why the Hunters would bring them to that map. Kira, of course, Clubhouse, it is pretty much bread and butter for South Asian teams, but Siege teams in general. No surprises there. But yeah, and then Oregon as the decider. Like I said, SA Classics.
Yep. When you see maps like Clubhouse, Oregon, and Chalet, pretty sure you're here for a like 50-50 match, right? No matter what kind of strategies that you'd see, it always comes down to who'd be great at gunfight when it comes to execution phase on the attack side, and how good do we get to see teams defend on defense. Now, talk about Kira Esports. Apparently, in the in the first calls for Pro Series Fall, apparently they couldn't get to have a good fight up against Team Uvu, especially on first qualifiers. They did ended up on a 2-0 score line in which Uvu did win two of the maps, and now they are here to give it a shot for yet another qualifier series, and that too up against Team Hunters. So let's see how well Kira would perform against a team that we might be able to see some great surprises coming in right in our way, especially on a map like Chalet from Team Hunters, and Kira Esports bringing in on map Clubhouse.
Yeah, and like you said, right, they didn't quite get to qualify in Quals 1, losing out 0-2, in fact, against Team Uwu, which was a bit of a surprise, right? Given the Team Uwu they're pretty good team as well, right? So it is what it is. KA Sports would definitely not have been happy with the performance last week, but we're going to be going straight into the match, folks. We're not taking any longer. All the players are here, so let's go straight into map number one, Chalet, in this best of three series between Kira Esports, who are on the attack, and Hunters, who are on the defense. We're in the ban phase, of course, starting off with the first ban of this day's worth of matches. Hunters have the first attacker to be taken on the board, just taking their time with the decision making as to who they really want to ban here. And as the timer ticks away, well, no real surprises there. Thatcher will be our first ban on the board.
Yep. No matter even if there is a huge update regarding introduction of a secondary EMP impact, on the attack side of our Team Hunters, they really don't want Thatcher to be in play, so he'll be banned on the first end. But maybe, yeah, go
yeah,
ahead.
but like that's the thing, right? The secondary EMP is probably what's getting Thatcher banned more now, because like teams can just have EMP but not have to play Thatcher, and they're so used to not playing Thatcher these days that it's really a no-brainer at this point.
You could say you could say their minds is hatched in a way that they want to ban Thatcher every single map that they see. But anywho, as we take a look at the defense side on Team Kira Esports, they still make the standard ban nonetheless. Jackal and Valkyrie will be banned. Of course, the last ban from Team Hunters might be Mira, because Mira is very strong. But no, Capcan will be banned instead on map Chalet. Interesting. And which means that with Mira still being available, we could see a lot of defenders use that specific operator here, Jack.
Absolutely. Mira is definitely very powerful here on Chalet, so we'll definitely get to see her in a couple of rounds at the very least. But with all that being said and the bans out of the way, let's have a look at the 10 players in the two rosters that are in the lobby for us today. From the side of Kid Sports, we have Vidvi, Aturv, Zane, Vortex, and Shrisha. And from the side of the Hunters, or well, this Hunters, of course, Hunters with a Z, we have Hunter and Nick, Trojan, Tibbet, Comrade, and Asuf. Also, AWSAF. I'll try to pronounce that name a little bit better later on. I have no idea how to actually pronounce it, but they're playing Mira. That's, I think, the thing that a lot of people are currently interested in. The other thing that we'll all be interested in is that they've gone to the basement site, Snowmobile Garage, right off the bat. I don't recall any team in recent memory doing this, going straight to the basement site. This reminds me of old Chalet. The reinforcements on the big garage side. You have, of course, wait, are they making a rotate into the trench corridor? Yes, they are. Mira setup on the singular wall overlooking the breach as well. This really reminds me of old Chalet.
Yeah, I mean, this is interesting coming in from Hunter's standpoint. And also, you could see that they've added a bit of Oregon strategy put to it, where you'd put a deployable shield near blue bunker. They're doing the exact
Yes,
same
yes,
thing
as well,
on
yeah.
basement wine cellar. So, interesting way for Team Hunters to be starting off on round number 1 like this. And I'm curious to know how well this would work out for the defenders. But talk about Kira Esports, though. They're making their usual push all the way towards library. The usual picks, as we'd see, finding out the players who are currently roaming around, the attack drones, which could give them good amount of information. All they've got to do is to understand what Hunter's intentions are.
Yeah, absolutely. It's all down to really just reading your opponent right at this point. And they've got some vertical lines of sight to work with as well. One of the mainstays that we can see a third watching over. A grenade will go out, but there's an ADS right there to shut it down. ADS is taken care of. I think that was at least that what that bullet did. A third is going to just preserve their grenade, though, understandably so. Never know when it'll come in handy. Overlooking the long angle, looking into kitchen, and, this is the kitchen dining side. As we have a smoke going out, there we go. Interestingly enough, the verticality, of course, allowing Kira Esports to get rid of the electrification of the wall, which means the breach can be taken care of. Avivi does just that. So, quick opening, all things considered, it's about on par with what we've seen on Snowmobile Garage before. As a peek might come in, Avidwi trying to find a head or two, sees the mirror window, pre-firing the angle, just doesn't want to take a risk here, which is understandable. Where is the rest of Kira Esports, though? There is the mirror window popped. Really unfortunate for the Hunters. No one on that first floor long angle, though. That's what I'm really worried about, because they set it up so long ago, and yet they have not used it as a third finds the first kill on blue.
Yeah, the second might be a bit difficult, though, because the third is all the way from the blue stairs, and you might be able to get that. No, not a problem for a third. 2 kills already, and a third. Not quite sure what Osif was doing at a moment like that without having any information whatsoever, but their entire site's been breached. And with Vortex removing one more player out, it's Hunter who needs to find out a way, and a bit he just knocks him out just like that. Round number 1 in the hands of Team Kira Esports, as they will win their attack rounds. And I've got to say, a good effort being made from Hunter's defensive strategies, but to no avail, this would work out for them.
Yeah, I mean, they had a very interesting strategy going for them, right? The extension into Big Garage and then all the stuff they did on the first floor, but they just never used any of it. I mean, yeah, the attackers never went to Big Garage, so I get why that part of the map definitely had to be de-emphasized very quickly. But, first floor is so important for Snowmobile Garage. You'd think they'd play there, right? A little bit more. But they did not, which of course led to the round loss. Again, too much map control given away just way too easily. And it just kind of leaves them in that awkward position of what do we even do now? And, well, we saw what happened because of that, right? Now we're going to be going to second floor, master bedroom, of course, and office, which is the site that everyone expects first when it comes to Chalet defense. I mean, even we expect it, right? And we've got the standard stuff here. We've got the castle, blocking off important windows, making rotates and lines of sight, so on and so forth. We've got the footholds, looking out towards the library corridor, to the library stairs. Just the standard stuff. We've got the mezzanine setup as well out towards library itself. The hallway door is going to be blocked off. Verticality has been made. So standard is standard stuff that we've come to expect from Chalet second floor defense coming out from the Hunters this time around.
Yeah, and for Shrisha, though, he's not going to waste any time at all, so he'll just try to see whether if he can get an opening pick or two to catch some of the defenders. We're currently roaming towards second floor mezzanine, and the time could have been now, but Shrisha is going to miss a lot of opportunities to remove Trojan out in that particular place, and now he's still alive. He's aware of Shrisha's surroundings. Now, it's not going to look too well for Kira Esports, because that element of surprise has just caught out very quickly.
I mean, the sledge could still grenade from below to get rid of the Wamai, but no, it's going to be a Nick to take the first kill. Hunter Nick, that is. Finds Vortex. That's your Flores gone. Those RCE Roteros no longer in play. Grenade does come in from below, but does not catch the Wamai. Another one's thrown up, but it's going to be caught by the Magnet as Zane comes in with their own kill. The Finka with the LMG, all right. Coming in with one, but taking a lot of damage. Zane very low on HP now, but the Wamai, unaware that the Thurv was pushing up, gets caught out, but shots are fired once again, and another return kill from a Thurv once again. It's just a game of trades here on second floor right now. Another set of shots are fired. A Thurv with a triple kill right now, looking for the fourth. Comrade on the hallway. Again, a Thurv's bullets like magnets to these defenders, shutting them down left, right, and center. Despite the first blood going the way of the Hunters defense, Kira Esports are really establishing themselves quickly here on Chalet.
Yep. 2 attacks already, and that took Kira Esports. They're not having any difficulties whatsoever. Even with the Shrisha, who just missed his opportunity to take out the Wamai, the team still ended up getting control on the side. So when it comes to the weapon attachments, as I've seen from Trojan's end, I kind of get it why you want to use a suppressor, and hear me out on this. When you equip a suppressor, sure, it just masks your bullet projectile, and it even gives a bit of difficulties for the attackers to know where exactly the shot came from. But you're gonna sacrifice your own recoil if you haven't equipped Flash Hider, muzzle brake, or compensator. So every single attachment that you used on any weapon has its own pros and cons. Now, when you saw Trojan, when he equipped his MP5, he had a bit of difficulties trying to control the recoil of the weapon. So I think maybe it would have been better for him to use the Flash Hider instead. But a suppressor, although it did get a major buff, still I'm not quite sure if it would work out very well in that situation.
It's really down to, again, like you said, the situation of the actual engagement, right? Wamai's gun, the MP5K, which is of course shared by the mute, I feel like it benefits more from flash shaders than it does from suppressors, but some other guns, actually suppressors not all that bad on them. You get to be a little bit more sneaky and stealthy while, not having to suffer any kind of damage nerf. Take for instance the 9x19 VSN, which is of course Azami's go-to weapon. The recoil on this thing is already non-existent. You got a vertical grip, and that's it. Your recoil control is taken care of. Or Castle's UMP9, which I think is running a suppressor. Yes, Tibbet is running the suppressor. And yes, production has also pointed out L85A2 attacker rifle, the one that the SAS operators use. That one with the suppression is also a really, really nice choice. But while we're talking about attachments, we need to talk about the round as well, which is, of course, hurtling towards its first kill in just a second here. A Thurv unaware of positioning and gets caught out, this time by Trojan. And in the meanwhile, Hunter and Nick got their own kill onto, of course, Zane. So those are two big drops, particularly a Thurv. Currently 7-0 up until this round. So the first two rounds have been very good for a Thurv, but Shrisha fires back, finds Trojan. That's one return frag taken, but they need to find another, and Hunter and Nick goes down to a Vidwe as the second kill is fired off.
A bomb has been located.
Even with those two kills, somehow.
Where?
Oh, jeez, a bit way. Double peek to secure Tibbet, and I've no idea why would he like prone in the middle of piano. All in all, he was at an unexpected place, but Kira Esports, they did ended up getting that kill nonetheless. 3v2, Hunters are still looking at a very bad situation on map Chalet, and even with Shrisha's bulletproof shield, this will be even much more tougher because they only have a C4 to play, and that is from the mute. So plan needs to happen, which will happen nonetheless. C4, even if it is tossed, will be denied from the player who has the assault rifle. There you go. As expected, they have the control, and things go even more south. With the team kill and a win for Kira Esports. All right. That was...
Yeah.
You could say it's more of like a panic mode in that round, but yeah.
Probably,
3-0,
like,
Kira Esports.
Even Zane was confused in the all chat, landing on some question marks as to what even happened there. Snowmobile seems like it's going to be the site once again, not choosing to go to kitchen or bar on the first floor. Hunter's defense right now looking a little shoddy, so to speak. And even then, in the last round, they took the 2 important kills, Athurv and Zane. Zane for the grenades, of course, and Athurv for sheer fragging potential. But still, they weren't able to hold it. They got a bit too far ahead of themselves, and that was a self-impact from Tibbet. Not sure actually what happened there, but that, of course, leaves the Melusi at about a quarter, not even a third of their original HP. So not all that. Actually, that's actually 40 HP now that I think about it. But still, not all that good. And they've forgone the Mira as well, landing instead on a much more standard defender lineup here. Which could help them. Of course, the meta definitely didn't seem to pan out the way they wanted it to, especially with verticality coming in from Kira. But at the same time, they really didn't roam in the last round. This time they might want to, and it seems like they are going to, as we have the Melusi extending all the way up to top floor, and the Jaeger on first. 3 defenders on site. It should be a better, at least the chances that they have of winning this round are better, I would say, than compared to the first round now.
Yep. This time for Hunters, they'll make a different sort of approach. They're not gonna place that deployable shield all the way from Wine Cellar's wall, but instead they'll just go with the usual approach. But now for Kira Esports, I mean it's a feeling of deja vu for them because they've been in the situation. Now all they've got to do is to figure out on how to remove players, and that is of course from Tibbet's end because he's currently roaming around with 50 HP. He also has support from Hunter and Nick. Now all they've got to do is just hold their ground, see if they can find an opening and remove Shrisha out because he's currently all the way from second floor. While they're having good amount of information, the flank watch is being covered. They have great info from the attack drones, but they don't have information on Hunter's whereabouts. They could use it to their advantage. Slowly as he sneaks in towards Piano. And for Hunters, they have lost a lot of momentum for the past 3 rounds. And in this 4th round, there has to be something that could bring them back up.
They definitely need it, that's for sure. But not like that. Walking into that open cross without even looking at if anyone's towards main lobby, that's going to be the first kill. Athurv taking his 8th now as Tibbet falls to the floor. 8 kills in just 4 rounds, folks. Athurv is going ham in Chalet today. Coming down towards blue stairs, halfway down these very stairs. There's one there. Grenades out, and Osov just about gets away. The grenade was not cooked at all, but the Iana's presence is, of course, allowed for, and there's another. Now on to 9. Athurv is really looking to tear things apart for these defenders. Sees one more, can't quite get the kill. Shots are fired back from the suppressed Kaid Og, but wait, the plant is happening on the breach already. Grenades out, Zane finds Comrade. In the meanwhile, as Trojan pushing up, should see one on blue. No, doesn't actually. The Nomad gets away in time. Trojan might get a kill here from the back, finds the thermite, but now position given away. Athurv comes in, and the confirmation is there as Vortex shuts down Hunter and Nick on the other side.
Yep, 4 rounds back-to-back at the hands of Team Kira Esports as they're looking very strong on attack. And for Hunters, man, they're not looking good. They definitely aren't. Especially for the past 4 rounds, although I gotta admit there were some certain strategies which me and Jack were both curious on the first round, but the rest of the 3 rounds, well, not so much. Especially on round number 3, where for a moment there I thought Hunters had the advantage on a 5-3. Suddenly we saw Kira Esports, aka Athurv, do a lot of work. 10 kills from round number 4. 10 kills. And now, if you look at Kira right now on round number 5 with Hunters going for the same site once again on Snowmobile Garage and Wine Cellars. I don't know why. Like Hunters,
I understand.
well, like are they not are they not confident on going on first floor bar and gaming or maybe on first floor kitchen and dining? Sure, it has its own problems because you need constant second floor control. But once you have your strong roamers like Osif and Thibaut, who can at least hold their ground on second floor, and But it always comes down to the timing on Chalet, right? Because if you give a lot of time for the attackers to gain control on second floor, the more chances that they have to succeed. That's exactly how map Chalet operates. So for defenders, although if it's a difficult task, there are some certain sites where hunters could get the advantage, and having a site like basement snowmobile garage might not be the vital solution to it.
Yeah, I mean, Snow Garage is just, it's generally not played, that basement side, right? It's generally just not played because of the issues that it has, especially when it comes to verticality. That side just doesn't get played by the top teams because they recognize that if you don't have a really good first and second floor hold, like you have to devote resources to first and second floor to be able to hold down this site properly. And that just simply isn't viable most of the time, which leaves teams in a position where they can't really emphasize on it because of those particular reasons. Anyhow, we have once again verticality coming in from Shrisha, trying to find an operator, sees the feet, but can't quite get the shots in place. Sees them again, can't get him though. Comrade though finds a Vidwi. That's a big drop right there. Thermite goes down, but a turf once again. Now 11-1, going on to probably find a couple more in this round if they want to, of course. Grenades out, but it doesn't find anyone. The down is there, and there might be a confirmation. They're definitely coming in to confirm. That is the Kaid. Trojan is here, does confirm, is seen. Zane wants to get the kill, gets the return, gets one more. No, not quite. As also wins that gunfight, Zane goes down. It's now 1v2. Vortex, the last one standing. The first time that Kid Esports have looked a little bit worse for wear in any given round, and it's mostly been down to the fact that Hunters took the fight to them. They didn't just let Kid Esports approach. They didn't just let them get map control. They approached when necessary. Of course, that is why they won the gunfights. Because Kira really wasn't expecting it at the end of the day, right? The way Hunters have played so far doesn't leave much room to think about what they could or couldn't do. They've mostly been just one note. And this one, again, the same strategy, just a little bit more aggression. And picking the breach, I think the Thermite losing the gunfight on breach, a Vidwi that is, definitely did not help. Now with 25-ish seconds left on the clock for Vortex, what can he really do here? Can he try to find these defenders? Trying to bait them out by getting electrocuted just a little bit, trying to go towards blue maybe. This lost on where to go, also giving his team time to talk about what went wrong. You kind of need to do that sometimes, every now and again. There's the Melusi approaching blue, mind you. Also could get this kill. Shots fired. No, he gets it instead. He could get the last one. He doesn't know where they are, though. Walking towards them, and Hunter Nick will get the shot. Vortex goes down. Unaware of the Jaeger's position, excuse me. No intel right there. That leads to the round going the way of Hunters. Finally putting one on board for themselves, but it's still a dire situation. They are still down 1-4 as we head to the last round of the first half.
Yeah, for last round, and let's not forget, this map is picked by hunters. Hunters are the one who's supposed to be, on a map like Chalet. They should be having at least some confidence on attack, but on defense, they're technically not working out too much in their favor. But all in all, you could say it's a good comeback, especially winning round number 5. A 2v1 situation where Vortex did take a lot of time to get downstairs to the site, see whether if he can get a kill or two, but by the time he was trying to find the final player, the time was running out, no information from the attack drones, and Hunters, they got away with a win, which shouldn't have a lot of problems nonetheless. Round number 6, however, needs to have a chance for Team Hunters to end it off on a 4-2 scoreline. It is a necessity. It is recommended, mainly because Hunters, if they end things off on a 5-1 scoreline, and Hunters being the one on attack, if they keep making a single mistake on their attack runs, be it their execution on the side or opening up lines of sight, then Kira Esports, they would take that advantage no matter how many times you try to, be good at, handling in situations. So let's see in this action phase, and the way how Kira Esports, who were looking good for the past 4 rounds. Round number 5, Hunters, although they did win at a slight margin on a 1v1, but for round number 6, they've got to be careful because Vortex, He has his sights in towards mezzanine hallway. He's just trying to wait for that opportunity. Maybe a grenade, a concussion, or maybe some sort of explosive utility that could force him out. But nevertheless, Atharv is still here. Wait a minute, all the way towards mezzanine. Okay, aggressive attempt, but in the end, Tibbet shuts it down. And in a 4v4 situation, knowing that you have to deal with library control, by the time you saw Atharv make that entrance, you see Kira Esports suddenly gain library. And now Tibbet, he has no other choice but to fall back. Explosive utilities being used, but it's not going to work out to his avail. Tibbet, on the other hand, he wants to contest with the UMP. Although he's so low on HP, he still wants to contest this. But in the end, Kira Esports will do their designated work, and that will be opening up lines of sight. They will open up second floor master bedroom, that is. All in all, good shots coming in from Hunter and Nick, as a 3v3 situation can come in here.
Right, a nice, mid-round flank right there from the Azami, taking care of the thermite. So the breach is not done, I think. Yep, the breach has not been done, which means once again, Kira Esports find themselves in a position that they did not seem that they would be in. No breach, so entry is going to be much, much harder. They do still have the OSA, so those bulletproof shields can still be used to gain access to the site, but they're going to have to work for it. And that, of course, is something that Kira need to be aware of. Sometimes even the teams that you might be cruising against can gain a sudden advantage over you, but again, a little unaware right there. A Nick as to where to go gets taken down, and Zane finds Osif as well. It's all now up to Comrade to try and save the round, but that impact has just about given away their position. The plant is now going to happen, stuck behind the bed, and Bomb B. Trisha's going to set up a bulletproof shield as well, just to watch over that rotate. Comrade in the hallway, trying to find a kill, maybe somewhere. The Malusi unseen by Zane, but Vortex comes from bathroom and saves the situation. Unfortunate for the side of the Hunters, but they simply could not get themselves in the position that they needed to win. And a couple of unfortunate mistakes going through the rotate. The Azami, who was the playmaker, stopping the breach from happening, but as soon as that player went down, it was, well, pretty much the floodgates opened into the site for Kira Esports. 5-1 now, as the half has come to a pass, meaning in round 7, Kira are going to be on defense, and they are 1 run away from map point, folks. Kira Esports are looking likely to take the Hunters' map pick, i.e. Chalet.
Chalet can be theirs for Kira Esports, especially with a huge score count of 5-1. Now on defense, Hunters needs to figure out a way to get a win on attack. All 5 of them. And just like I said in the previous round, on round number 5, they need to make sure that they should not make a single mistake. And if they did, then Kira Esports would, try to play their mistakes around it. But all in all, if you take a look at the operators that we've seen from the start of Team Kira Esports, we see Alibi being brought out from Shisha, and you have the Ella from Atharv. And I just realized that the Scorpion Evo's recoil has been changed, so the recoil for Scorpion Evo is still manageable. And also with the concussions and with her playing around second floor office is a very strong hold. So things will be a bit difficult for Hunters unless and until if they figure out a way to remove Atharv off. And they could do it with a cooked nade all the way from first floor kitchen. Can be a possibility, but you also need to be careful about the roamers who could be present towards that spot. But all in all, in this action phase, got to see how Hunters will proceed with their push, knowing that they have to deal with roamers, especially from mezzanine and also from Shrisha, so all the way from blue main stairs. And Atharv, and for a moment there, I thought he was going to be playing on second floor, but nonetheless, we will see Atharv start things off with a headshot as he takes out Comrade.
All right, first big kill right there. And I think that was actually Vortex who took that. Comrade going down to the Aruni, which leaves, of course, Hunters once again in a 4v5. Vortex playing mezzanine. Interesting position to be in, as you don't usually see an Aruni here. Normally it's a Wamai or maybe a Jaeger, but they don't have either of those operators, so Vortex is here filling in for that role. Shrish is there for cover as well, washing the cross towards the smaller window between the shells and playing around the blue stairs at the same time. And Hunter's kind of at a bit of a, pause, bit of an impasse here for them. They've got a little bit of control towards the big window of bedroom, sure, with the Osa shield and all that, allowing for the upside down repel. But wait, a turf with the Ella as well. Shots fired towards Mudroom. That's where Trojan is, but walks away as well. Mind you, Ella has also had a bit of a, buff in terms of her recoil control. Her recoil is much better than before, so Ella will definitely be coming back every now and again. She was already there before, but more so, just like Ash, we'll be seeing more and more Ella in the days to come, I feel. As the Nomads is going to disengage, walk off to a different part of the map. And Tibbet now here on that mudroom window. Drone spotted where the frost is, giving away the position. But again, what do the Hunters plan to do here? As their attack feels disjointed at best and nearly uncoordinated at worst here.
Yeah, I mean, they could push all the way from Solarium Stairs, but apparently it's been heavily guarded from Kira Esports. So they've got to find out another way, and maybe with the rappel being made from the Osa, might be able to find one. But no, Trojan, on the other hand, gets to pick out a turf. That's looking good because that's the Ella gone, but that C4 from Zane just says no. 4v3, and now we see Hunter slowly starting to fall away because Srisha's still here with the MX4 Storm. So does Zane, holding all the way from Solarium, and now it's Osaf who needs to figure things out. He will get the first to take out the Vortex, but Srisha will be there all the way towards Piano, and he'll get the final kill nonetheless. Kira Esports will be on map point as they will secure round number 7. And in round number 8, map number 1, it could be theirs. And for Hunters, this might not look good because this is their qualifiers, and if they lose this, they lose the chance to be qualified for the playoffs.
It would be really unfortunate to see a team like the Hunters bow out of the competition like this, but it is what it is, right? They're just it's something to do with the matchup as well. They're not exactly all in the same vein as a team like Kira Esports, I feel like. And they've put up some good rounds, don't get me wrong. There's been some interesting decisions made and all that stuff, but they've just not really felt like they're all there. And mind you, this is their map. They took Kira to Chalet, but Kira clearly showing how this map works, as they have dominated the scene so far. Only a couple of rounds have come down to the 1vx against Kira, and not even the 1vx, the 2vx or 3vx, right? And one round only was a 1v2, if I recall correctly, on a Zofia from Kira Esports when they were on the attack. Not much else has really been seen from the Hunters other than that one round where they took Basement Snowmobile Garage. For a minute there, we thought Kira Esports was also going to go to the same place, really show the Hunters how that site is played, but they opted to go for a much more standard site instead, which is, of course, first floor kitchen. They've got second floor control, hatch will be reinforced, the usual stuff that we see for this site.
Yeah, site like first floor kitchen and dining, although you got to be careful, especially from a third, because he's all the way by himself towards library and he still wants to contest. Oh boy, there goes Tibbet. Second from Trojan, as he will get the trade nonetheless. But all in all, taking off Sledge might prove to be beneficial because could have helped them to open up good lines of sight and also a good entryway towards second floor master bedroom. But since it's been heavily reinforced and there is obviously one player from the side of Kira Esports who's holding that particular spot, Hunters, they have a long job to do. Hunters, on the other hand, he's still contesting the players towards Solarium, and that is Srisha. Both of them are below on HP, but somehow both of them still survive. So with one of the C4s being expended, I believe it's been used to try to contest Hunters' spot. Still, both of them will still stay alive. But on a 4v4 situation, knowing that Kira Esports has so much control on second floor, they're not letting them get a single place into a second floor office. And let's not forget, the site is on first floor kitchen, so they've got to do a lot of work if they want to do something about this.
That they do. Now, the mute on Solarium Stairs definitely is a little low right there. Shisha's got to be careful on what gunfights he decides to take. So does Hunter, though, as Trojan sees the shield, but peeked it for a bit too long, allowing Zane to get that shot off. Beautiful shot as well from the Womai, as he finds one, trying to find another. Flashbangs are out, but it's going to be denied. There's an ADS. There should be another Womai magnet. Flashbang does work out. Zane is now flashed. but he still wants to take these fights. Drones are trying to find out this position of the Wamai here. And Zane completely undeterred. Grenade denied by the ADS once again. And I don't think there's a second grenade to get rid of him from here. No, there doesn't seem like any. As Comrade's taking damage, so has Zane. He's just going to fall back. 30 seconds remain, or just about 30 seconds. As there we go, the Zofia falls. It's now 4v2.
Yep, 4v2, and this is the strategy that I was expecting from Kira Esports. Waste a lot of time on second floor and then just fall back to the site, make their final attempt of hold when they push. And with Vortex already downing out Comrade all the way towards the bathroom side, unaware of Vortex's position, would be forced for Hunters to lose this gunfight and give map number 1 victory at the hands of Kira Esports. In the end, this will be a 7-1 scoreline. What a way to start things off for Team Kira.
Absolutely dominant Kira right there. Hunters really just not showing anything from their side. Really just not a good performance from them overall, I think we can all agree. As they will definitely have to try and reconvene and figure out where they went wrong going into map number 2. Because, folks, map number 2 is going to be very important for them. That is for sure. Map number 2, mind you, is a Kira Esports pick. It is Clubhouse, a bit more of a bread and butter map for South Asian teams, especially teams that are up and coming, right? Most teams, they like to play these odd maps like Chalet and Theme Park, but the thing is, you got to play your basics first. And sure, if you're going up against a top team, you're going to have a bit of a problem there. But that's kind of, the give and take with Siege, right? You're going to have a problem playing the top maps, but you got to learn them to be able to actually beat the teams at their own level. You got to get there first. And mind you, those top maps, the maps that are played the most, they are where these teams learn how to really fight against the top teams of the region. Mind you, we're going to go into map 2 in just a bit, but before that, we've got a few other things to go over. The highlights, of course, match summary. Overall, I would say, though, Kira Esports really breeze of a first map for them. As we go into the highlights to talk a little bit more about it.
Yep. Talk about the highlights itself from Team Kira Esports. I mean, this entire highlights, it's just an entire reel for Kira Esports. I mean, come on. All total of 8 rounds, it was a Thurb who just dealt the majority of damage on attack. 11 kills in the first half. And although we didn't get to see a lot of presence being shown on defense, attack is where Kira Esports did excel up against Team Hunters. And for Hunters, their defensive strategies didn't work out too much, especially when they went to the site on Snowmobile Garage 3 times on round number 1, 4, and 5. Round number 5 was where Hunters did succeed on a 1v2 up again when Vortex was the last man standing. But that is the only round that Hunters did win on defense, because the rest of the round it was just Kira Esports who just kept countering all of those stuff that Hunters were putting alongside them, and they were doing both on attack as well as on defense. So there's not a lot that I could say on map Chalet, but maybe on map number 2 Clubhouse we could see Hunters spring, get their mojo back, because on Clubhouse, when it's popularly called as the standard competitive map on the game of Rainbow Six Siege, you could see or say that we would see a lot of retaliation coming back from Hunters' side. But on Chalet, definitely not looking good from Hunters' side.
Well, it is what it is, right? Not much to say for either Hunters or Kira. Either Kira just playing the standard Chalet game that we expect out of them. Hunters not really having a good time here, like at all, other than that one round, right? And that one round, mind you, it was just Kira expecting more of the same, and Hunters kind of changing it up by being a bit more aggressive. But that was the only adaptation we saw from them at all in the entirety of today's match, or at least this first map here. So it is what it is. And as the GHs, as in, good halves, get thrown out in the chat, we'll be waiting to see how Hunters play on map number 2. Clubhouse will definitely be interesting, given everything we've seen on Chalet. I feel like Hunters will definitely want to take full advantage of the defensive side on Clubhouse. But as to whether or not they're able to is a different question altogether. Their attack has left quite a bit to be desired. That is true. And mind you, they are defense first on Clubhouse on map number 2. So they've got some chance to win out Clubhouse, at least take an early advantage, and then go into the second half, try to weather the storm, while Kid Esports tries to mount a bit of a comeback. But we'll have to see as to how they perform going into that second map, folks. There's really not much else to say here, other than map 2 really will decide whether or not the Hunters have any ground to stand on when it comes to this match.
Yep, and for Kira Esports, let's not forget they have secured third place for the SA National qualifiers, right? Third place. They're still they were somehow struggling in the season 2 for Pro Series 2, where they had a lot of problems in the first qualifiers, and then they did somehow manage to succeed in qualifiers second. But when Athaf came back in, no, came back for Kira Esports, they started to get that motivation back on control, right? And this was back when Shinra was present, right? Shinra was the one who's doing all those initial gunfights in the first and second, and now instead of Shinra, we see Zane being part of the action. And I'm not gonna lie, when we see him perform on map Chalet and this matchup up against Team Hunters, he's done an exceptionally great job when it comes to denying rotates from the defense, because he mainly brings Nomad most of the time, and those air jabs really did work well from his for Kira Esports. So all in all, I gotta say, Kira Esports, good start on the second qualifiers, 7-1. Although when they went up against Team Uvu, I'm pretty sure it was a different case scenario. So I'm pretty sure that we might see some revenge storyline coming in from Kira and Uvu. What do you think about that, Jack? Do you think it's a possibility, or would you think that Hunters would just win map number 2 and put us to deciders?
I don't like, to be perfectly honest. I don't really see Hunters taking us to Decider map. All things
Hmm.
considered, I don't know. It just doesn't feel like they have the kind of steam to be able to pull something like that off. So we definitely will be seeing a bit of a grudge match, revenge of sorts between Kid Esports and Team Uwu when we go into the playoffs. But again, I say definitely, but that's like a very soft, non-conforming definitely, because we don't really know. For all we know, Hunters could really take us to Decider, and we could really be seeing Kid Esports be forced to bow out of the competition at this stage, at least for Pro Series 3. But again, it's unlikely given what we've seen so far from this team, Hunters with a triple Z, so to speak. As we go into the match summary here, folks, plenty of highlights have been seen, and all things considered, not a whole lot coming out from the side of Hunters, as you can see. 6-8 and a 93% KOST to Trojan. And on the other side, a Thurv, 13-5, 87% KOST. Not really much in terms of the cost efficiency there for a Thurv. That's more for, of course, Vortex and Zane, and the rest of the team just doing their support accordingly.
Yeah, 4 initial frag for a Thurv in the early rounds while he was doing on attack. He's been he's always been the one who's been doing all those initial gunfights. And talk about HunterzZz and 93% cost from Trojan, 6 kills and a 0.72 EPS. Start of Kira Esports though, 0.82 EPS for Vortex, 8 kills, and a 93% cost. So on a 7-1 score line, Kira Esports has no problems dealing on map Chalet. And with them securing this huge victory on 7-1 on map Chalet, they've got to see whether if they can do the same thing on map number 2, Clubhouse. Although for Hunters, map number 1, Chalet, was their map pick. And now seeing them go out and go on Clubhouse, which in fact is picked by Kira Esports, will be a difficult task. But whether or not if Hunters will get it or not, we might have to take a short little break. So don't go anywhere. We'll be right back after this. All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Esports Club presents Pro Series Fall Edition for Rainbow-Six-Siege, supported by Ubisoft, powered by Zotac Gaming, and of course, our broadcast partner Loco. We are back with the second map between Team Kira Esports versus Team Hunters. Hunters had a lot of difficulties on map Chalet, which was their map pick. They lost to Kira Esports 7-1, and now we are heading off to map number 2, Kira Esports, where the map will be on Clubhouse, and this might be the place to determine whether if Team Hunters can come back or not. So, Jack, we've seen map number 1 as a result. What do you think will happen on map number 2?
Honestly, all things considered, excuse me right there. Honestly, all things considered, Kira Esports definitely feel like they are probably going to walk away with the win here. It's not that the Hunters with the Z are not all that great of a team. They are. It's just that against Kira, I haven't really seen much enough. Like I haven't really seen enough of how they play and operate as a unit, like how Kira does, to be able to really draw a comparison here. They're just kind of, not all that great. At least that's all we've seen so far. Maybe Clubhouse will be different. Who knows? As Kid Esports will be attacking first, Clubhouse is a defender-centered map, as we all know, which means that the side of the Hunters have a advantage for the first half. But those first 6 rounds are going to be very important. Once Kira goes to the second half, they will try their hardest to win, and we can be absolutely sure that even in the first half, Kira Esports will be putting in their all. So, with all that being said, folks, let's not waste any more time. Let's go straight in to the match. Kid Esports versus the Hunters into the ban phase, as the Hunters have the first ban of the map.
Yep, for Kira Esports, if they win map number 2, they will be qualified for the playoffs of the fall event. So they're gonna do everything in their power to win this. And for Hunters, although they didn't had a great start on map Chalet, maybe we could see them come back on map Clubhouse. Starting off with the ban phase, it will be the same as usual. Thatcher being banned, and also a Jackal would be banned from Kira Esports too. We could see a similar bans coming in on the first map where we did see Jackal Valkyrie on the side of Kira Esports and Thatcher and Capcan at the hands of Team HunterzZz. There you go. Kira Esports again making a decision to ban out the Jackal because he's great when it comes to finding out the roamers, mainly because he can just track the footprints. So most of the time it was usually either Lion or a certain operator that can provide you some intel operators. And let's not forget Grim is available. They could use Grim to get some vital information, but we don't get to see him being brought a lot, mainly because of his gadget itself. But all in all, let's just get to see the defensive bans, as you see Valkyrie being banned, and of course the final ban will be at the hands of Hunters, where they did ban Capcan, but will they ban Mira this time? I mean, it is the standard maps, of course. And also, we do see some friendly banters on the alt chat, but no, Hunters will still decide to ban Capcan instead, which means that the Mira will be available on map Clubhouse itself. So, all in all, similar ban phase as we've seen on map Chalet, and now on map Clubhouse, it's still the same. But we will see different set of operators being used on Kira as well as on Hunter's side. So map number 2, Basement Church and Arsenal Room will be the site. And for Kira Esports, they are one map away to being qualified to the playoffs.
Attackers need to locate and
One map away from qualifying to the top 8. Kid Esports now looking to put themselves through to that top 8 spot. And they definitely will be looking to make a big splash here in this map. But once again, attack first, which means they'll have to deal with the defender-centered nature of Clubhouse first and foremost. First side of the choice, once again, Basement, but this time Basement Church, the site that is to be expected from defending teams on Clubhouse. Hunter starting off with a more standard site. No real surprises there.
10 seconds remaining.
But all things considered, we'll have to see how they really play to get a gauge of, how they Hunters will be retaliating on this map. Excuse me for losing my train of thought for just a second there. Happens. It's been happening to me. I don't really know why. Maybe a lot of things going on in my brain at the same time. But anyhow, round 1 has gone into... Yes, it really does sometimes. But anyhow, round 1's action phase has started, and we have a castle being brought in from the Hunters, but no Mozzie and just a mute. So there may be an extension. There may be an extension from the side of the Hunters up to maybe second floor. we'll have to wait and see how far they're able to push out and emphasize on it.
Yeah. For now, we will see a third using the secondary hard breach to open up the walls in towards the tunnel side. Usually, as you can, see, there's no change at all. But I believe the player on the side of Team Hunters, aka Trojan, is having a bit of issues from his end. So, I mean, the only thing that they can do is just wait for the next round, or maybe they're just having a talk with the admins as of now. But focusing on the round at hand, we could see the players on the side of Team Kira Esports getting a control all the way from the side of logistics. They're just going to open up certain lines of sight, and also some
Attackers have
explosive
recovered the
utilities will be
diffuser.
used. So Tibbet, on the other hand, he won't be able to do anything except see whether if he can
Attackers have
catch
located
out
a
some of the
bomb.
players all the way towards the
Attackers'
Windows
bomb
side.
diffuser has been
But
dropped.
for Trojan, though, I believe he's having some issues from his end. And for Kira, all they've got to do is just see whether if they can get control on Arsenal Room or not. C4 not tossed out right from Osof's end. He could retrieve it back, but no, Tibbet just decides to destroy it nonetheless.
Alright, grenades are out as well, but not really doing much, those grenades, as the Thurv now blows open the main stairs. Castle Barricade right there. There you go, the Thunderbird herself, in tandem with a gadget, shutting down Hunter and Nick's entry from the church corridor. Avidwi trying to get in from dirt, but there's a Castle Barricade, giving away the fact that, someone's trying to enter. I get shot in the feet if they're not careful. Shots are fired, but can't quite connect, and the castle goes down for trying a bit too hard to find the feet of the Twiz there. So one kill's taken back in return. The defender's losing a body. As we have flashbangs going out, they're setting up for the plant here. We could have the Hibana going in. Yes, we do. Avidwi, however, finds one and gets taken down by Comrade in the meanwhile. Shrisha's going for the plant as Hunters watches the cross. There we go. Plant is off. It's a post-plant situation now as they have to try and convene, get this counter. If he's going, Zane winning that gunfight. Osov really should have won that, but missing those shots at the worst possible time. Hunter and Nick taking damage. Last one standing. Now Shrisha finds the Jaeger. The Thunderbird. Oh, excuse me. The Thorn pushing up with the, with the shots being fired. Getting one. Getting it down on another. It's a 1v1. Wait a minute. Vortex has to be careful. They've given away their position right now as Hunter is trying to find this final player, but pistol out. Vortex wins the gunfight. Kid Esports taking round one.
Yep. Round one, although it was a messy execute all the way from kitchen, they did end up winning the site nonetheless. Although, I mean, for Team Hunters, mainly because the players on the side of Team Hunters, aka I believe it was Trojan who had issues from his end. That's the main reason why a timeout has been requested on round number 2. So they have a lot of time, and they could also use this time to think about it, try to understand the way how Kira operates, mainly because when it comes to a map like Clubhouse, the side being on basement church and hostel room, their main focus will definitely be towards the kitchen side. And Trojan was supposed to use his electro claw all the way towards the hatches that connects towards kitchen and also on blue stairs. But with him having a lot of difficulties, the attackers had no problems in destroying those hatches quickly. All they had to do was just gain entrance from the main stairs, and that was more than enough to cover up the planter. And for Kira Esports, it was a walk in the park after all.
I mean, I wouldn't really call it a walk in the park. They did have some troubles with their overall body count management, but well, they were able to get the round. So I guess it was all good at the end of the day because they got the plant off. They held in the post plant and all that stuff, and we will be of course seeing as to when their fifth comes back. Okay, interesting. I'm not really sure what they're calling for. They could call for a pause, and they're already using their timeout here. And the pause, of course, can happen as well. They have that option. So they're already calling for I'm not really sure what's going on the HNTZ side, I'll be honest with you. But we'll just have to wait and see for when their fifth comes back. Apparently, it's a restart, so it shouldn't take too long. It's not a big technical difficulty and all that. There we go. Pause timer is now in effect, and we'll have to wait a little bit longer for the Hunters to get their fifth back in.
Yeah. round number one, although it's not a good start for Team Hunters, though you've got to appreciate them at least, holding their ground from the side itself, right? Just like you said, Kira Esports, although their execution was looking flawless by opening up the hatches, when it comes to entering the sites, they had a bit of a problem dealing with Thorns' place all the way from motor room. You had the deployable shield, you even had the Thorns' gadget being placed on a particular place where the attacker, aka Vortex, were forced to make a play. Unfortunately, he couldn't get to win the gunfight. And I could say there was a good solid ground control on basement, church, and hallway side. But when it comes to the Arsenal room, where Hunters, although they had control on K9 and Dummy Spot, they still didn't had control when it comes to that execution, mainly because they were flashbanged. So once they got control, they removed the players out of that particular place. They went in for the plant. It's just the standard push you'd see on any attackers on a map like Clubhouse. The only difference that we have to talk about is if if Team Hunters couldn't succeed basement church and Arsenal room, they still have the other choices, right? Second floor CCTV, second floor gym and bedroom could be a best option here, mainly because Mira isn't banned. They could use Mira all the way from second floor gym. They could hold their ground out all the way from logistics office. All they've got to do is to just ensure that the hatch has been taken care of, and all they've got to do is just hold their ground. Clubhouse is particularly famous for the defenders who has good choke points, and for attackers, removing those choke points requires good usage of utilities.
That is true. Clubhouse choke points require a good bit of utility usage to be able to properly emphasized upon. I think we can all agree on that part. So we'll have to see how Kid Esports' utility is used in this match to try and facilitate something like that. But at the same time, of course, they're going to have to really play out of their minds to be able to do that. So far, they haven't really encountered that kind of, they haven't really had that requirement yet from the Hunters, but we'll have to see as to whether or not that is the case as this match wears on. Trojan is back, and we are back into the lobby, folks, so we're going to be going straight back into the game as well. As you can see, we've got the basement site once again with the castle in play. Trojan bringing in that operator. And we got the castle with a mute. You could bring in a Mozzie and extend to second floor, do the extended roam strat that Clubhouse is known for. I mean, that strat was pretty much made for this version of Clubhouse, right? So it could be a thing, and they could get away with some very interesting plays here, but they don't seem like they want to do that. They're just going to turtle up in the site from the looks of it and play around the entry from Kid Esports, giving away map control. But on Clubhouse, that kind of map control becomes very necessary. And, we'll have to see how this decision pans out for Hunters, because already they did this for one round. It didn't exactly go the way they wanted it to.
Yeah, but in the end, you could say it's a bit of a progress. Now, knowing that Trojan was the one who was playing as the Kaid, and now Tibet, he's the one who's playing as the Kaid, so the Electro Claw will be present, and they'll make sure to hold down the hatches present on the motor room as well as the kitchens, actually, on the side of basement Arsenal room. So, shouldn't be much of a problem for Hunters to hold their ground, but the main problem has to be Kira Esports' end, and for them, not a lot. Vortex starts off with a bang, taking out Osif with the help of his skeleton key to open up lines of sight towards kitchen. And now, with the loss of Osif, they won't have those C4 to deny those kills. They still have one more. And Tibet, all he needs to do is just ensure that he could hold his ground all the way from kitchen hatch. But the amount of information that Kira Esports is getting from the drones itself is going to be even much more problematic, because they have all the information, and Atharv is just patiently waiting for it. Meanwhile, Abidvi, he gets one, and that's Hunters down on the board. And with them providing a lot of tension both on tunnels and kitchen hatch, there is no way that Hunters can succeed in this hold. And Atharv just continues to go chaos in towards the side. 4v2, and Comrade, nice shot to take out a Widby, but in a 3v1 situation where he's left all by himself, needs to contest in a post round of 45 seconds. This is not looking too good. Not looking too good at all.
Now in the 1v3, Comrade coming out towards boxes, or at least trying to get into the hallway. Boxes, of course, being watched over by Hibana. There's one on the hatch as well. The pings are out towards a player in blue, and that's Vortex. as the Hibana falls back towards boxes again, but no, it's Shrisha who will get the kill. Nonetheless, watching over the hallway from the Arsenal boxes area, gets the kill, gets the Jaeger out. And again, just really standard stuff from the side of Esports. They're not doing anything too different from what we see on Clubhouse from a regular game, as they don't really have to. They're not being pressured all that much from the side of Hunters, who are turtling up in the basement and just letting Kira have map control. We're seeing how that's negatively affecting them, but there's not really much they can do because they keep losing gunfights as well on the turtle hold strat. Because at the end of the day, you could argue that turtle hold strats are common even in top tier siege, and yes, that is true. Clubhouse is home to some big turtle hold strats. At the same time, you would, I would be remiss if I didn't say that those turtle hold strats usually involve winning your gunfights. Hunters are not able to do that, and for whatever reason have you, they still go for that turtle hold, and they still get caught out because of it. So we're gonna have to see how they play around this map, with this site in this map, which is of course second floor CCTV, that they have now decided to go to. But again, winning the gunfights, of course, is what's going to matter the most. They've got one reinforcement left and an entire wall of garage that is not going to be reinforced, I think, because of a little reinforcement mismanagement there. Again, really unfortunate from the side of the Hunters, because we all know how important garage is, and that's going to make for easy garage control as soon as Kira Esports wants to get in there.
Yeah, this will be a bit easier for Kira to gain control on garage, mainly because two of the walls are soft, so they just only need a breach wall to just open it up without having any issues. So a bit we, on the other hand, it's interesting to see Osa being brought out on most of the time, not only because of the bulletproof shield, mainly because she has the EMP gadget. And this will be even more interesting to be looking at, because with that destruction being made, it's a bit difficult because you got to aim it at the right spot. Cooked nade to destroy the bandit charges, and Tibbet, he really needs to be careful. Shrisha, on the other hand, garage control is vital, so Kira Esports will do exactly that by taking out Trojan, and now they're slowly making their way in towards the catwalk side. Tibbet sees that, headshot, takes out Shrisha, and also a second from Comrade, all the way from Cash, where he can just vault in from the table side. He gets to find one more. So Catwalk has been contained, but they don't have the control just yet. So Kira Esports could gain that control back, but they've got to focus on the rest of the other places where they have to push, and that is towards second floor CCTV. So you see the rest of the players from Kira Esports who were on CCTV, now they just relocated back themselves all the way to the roof, and now they're making an attempt to push all the way towards construction.
They're going to be going in from the gym bedroom side, so, a change in strategy, of course, that was required for them, given how the breach side and the garage side went not exactly all too well. Bedroom door is going to be broken open. Avidwi going for it. Should be aware of there being somebody on the peak. Yes, there you go. The Malusi's position given away. Avidwi wants to push up, and he's doing exactly that, keeping the Malusi actively engaged here and still winning the gunfight. There's no way he should have won that, given how it normally goes when it comes to, de-equipping the shield. But he gets another. Tibbet now down. It's all down to the 3v2. Suddenly, it's all up to Comrade and also Vidri. You had better be careful on that wall. That is electrified, and we've seen what happens when you are low HP and get too close to an electrified wall. 1 C4 is all it will take to get Avidwi out of here, and it's going to be thrown. But no, Avidwi's more than aware. Walks away from it unharmed, but gets shot down by Comrade. But Vortex is already in. Gets Osuf. And it's all now down to Comrade, the bandit, the last one standing. Shots fired towards him. The mute, excuse me. The last one standing. Shots fired towards him. More shots. Position given away now. Shotgun's out. Can't get the thermite either at that range. The shotgun normally works, but unfortunately, without ADSing, the chances of it working are less and less the farther away you go. Again, I'm just thinking how Hunter and that is lost that fight with the Osa. Shouldn't have happened, but it did. And now we have a 3-0. Kira Esports once again taking away the map situation.
If Comrade had any idea that the diffuser was dropped on construction, and Kira Esports, knowing that it was a 2v1 major advantage for them, if Comrade played around the diffuser, that round would have been theirs. It could have happened. But less amount of information was the main reason why Kira Esports did get to win that round nonetheless. 3-0. And now they're heading back to the same site, CCTV and cash room. There was almost hope for Hunters to win this. They had the entire control on Garage Catwalk. You see Kira Esports instantaneously change their positioning all the way from, opening up wall on CCTV to slowly making their way in towards construction. And Whitby, on the other hand, my goodness, how did he get away with kills like that? He's playing as the Osa, still had the bulletproof shield, which gave ample amount of information. And when the Melusi, Hunter Anek, who was in construction, he decides to reposition in a way that would have been favorable for him, but did ended up being his demise in the end, by not being able to win that gunfight from the Osa. So, and that has definitely got a hurt from Hunters, but the way how they play to it accordingly on second for CCTV is at least a good thing, right? The SMG 11 that Comrade did get a kill off from Garage Catwalk, they could have just played around it, but when it comes to the ample amount of pressure that Kira Esports were supplying to was just very difficult for Hunters to take care of that situation. But for now, as we focus on round number 4, action phase is present. The attack drones is giving away Jaeger's location thanks to Srisha's pre-placed attack drone. Now, all you gotta do is see whether if who would get the early peak. Would it be KiraZz or will it be Hunters? And when I say Kira, I'd say Vortex because he has a total of 4 kills and he's yet to find a single death in this round.
I mean, yeah, Vortex actually hasn't died in this map so far. As the shots fired towards the friendly drone will give away the position of one defender, or at least the potential position of one. Grenades are out, trying to get the catwalk cleared up. Trisha's here, but a third goes down in the meanwhile. Shots fired by Trojan gets that first kill going, and the Kaid is actually prone there. Position not given away. Tippett goes down in the meanwhile to a Vidwi. 1 kill taken back in return. But will the Kaid be taken out? Trisha sees the head, can't quite get it. Oh, one tap. Beautifully done. Going up the garage stairs nice and quickly, equalizing the body count. 93-3-3-2. As Trisha gets Comrade as well. That's going to put it into, once again, a dire situation. Hunter fires back, though, but he's going to be the only one remaining as he's taking damage and goes down to a Vidwi. Vortex into the down of the Jaeger. Oh, a little messy right there from the Maverick, not gonna lie. But what really was messy was that entry into garage because they didn't know where the Kaid was. Prone right next to the stairs, who got 2 kills off of that. But Kira Esports, steadying the ship and putting themselves on 4-0.
4-0. And for Hunters, they're slowly losing their grasp in this qualifiers. If they lose map Clubhouse, then that means that journey has come to an end. And although when it comes to fall series, all you've got to do is to ensure that you would not end up being on 8th place, 7th, or maybe 6th, right, Jack? I mean, if you have to get back in the league, you need to make sure that you have a minimum score of 4 or 5 points. You've seen a lot of teams who are currently gained only 1 point max, and that is a total of 4 teams, right? Damwon Mia, Mahadi Esports, and the other 2 players who are currently in the bottom of the leaderboards. If they have to get back on track, the main thing that they can do right now is to ensure that they have 8th place spot. And I assure you, when it comes to an 8th place spot, there will be tons of competition. So I hope that Kira Esports will be prepped and ready for it. Because if they end up being at the wrong position, say for an example, if they end up having less points on fall, then there's high likely chances that Kira Esports might have a lot of problems on having the spot on qualifiers. But nonetheless, they did, however, secure 3rd place twice. So even though if they have some minor problems happening in the playoffs, they should be in the safe spot for now. But not being able to qualify in this might have a lot of problems for Kira Esports because they just lost the first quals when they went up against Team Ufu. So that's the main reason why you see Kira Esports are just, they're just focused, they're determined, and they're making sure that they would not be in the same place as they were in the first qualifier. So 4-0 says that it's like a statement. Kira Esports is like, yes, We've admitted that we've made a lot of mistakes, but we are here to come back. We are here to fling back and ensure that we would not do the same thing once again. And for Hunters, oh man, it's a very difficult situation for them to be in, especially on a 4-0 scoreline.
That it definitely seems like it will be. Avidvi finds the first kill. Trojan goes down. That's your castle taken care of. Mind you, the Thorn on top floor, their position is also kind of given away there because of that razor bloom that they threw not too long ago. Avidvi already by main stairs door. The door to the hallway, that is, seeing potentially one. The shots are fired, but Avidvi doesn't want to take the gunfight until the rest of the team is in position to try and take some more shots off the board here. Some more defenders, that is. Zane's going to throw a grenade. It's out. A third finds one. Grenades here. Vortex is here. It's a 1v5. Osuf is now the last one standing, trying, but unfortunately will not be able to get anything on the board for the team. A flawless for Chalet Esports on Basement Church, as they are now 5-0 up and 2 rounds away from qualifying for Pro Series Fall Edition playoffs.
Yep, 2 more rounds for Kira Esports to secure their spot into the playoffs for Fall Edition. And for Hunters, there's no response for them just yet. Second for CCTV will be the final site on round number 6 to determine whether if they could win a single round on defense or
Attackers need
not.
to locate and defuse
But the way how Kira Esports have been going for the past 5 rounds, it's I mean, at this point, you can't just delay the inevitable, right? Kira Esports, they're looking confident on attack. They're figuring out the counters. They're just removing players one by one. This surely says that Kira Esports are in form. Hunters, on the other hand, although we do see some individual plays being made from Comrade, from Trojan, and also sometimes with Hunter and Nick, there is some slight problems that they have to do, that they have, and that is gaining early pick advantage. Kira Esports have succeeded in most of their opening picks. Either they'd get an opening pick from either from a Widby or from Shrisha. And let's not forget, Vortex, he hasn't died a single round. 6 kills. Meanwhile, we see Widby with 10 kills with 3 deaths. Now we see Hunters be at a very difficult spot once again. The side being on CCTV, still have some denials being made from the bandit charges, the mute jammers, but all in all, even though you have tons of denials, you don't see a smoke being brought out from Hunters. Smoke would have helped a bit, but Vortex on the other hand, oh no, not looking good, and Trojan secures the kill with his pistol. And with Vortex gone, you could say that Hunters might have a bit of a relief here, Jack.
They could, as in the meanwhile the breach has been taken care of. I mean, it's a bit of a botched breach, that is for sure, but it is what it is. Flashbangs out by They're trying to get potentially, I don't know, some utility denial burning going on, as Hunter and Nick is actually on the first floor. A little bit of technical difficulty there. Gotta be careful, as I'm not entirely sure what they are trying to do here, as we're gonna have to wait and see as to what is going on. All right, looks like there's definitely some technical difficulties for Hunter and Nick here. Not really all that great, as we have to see how the rest of the team kind of displays around this fact. Garage control has not been taken, but the third is just peeking away onto the... Okay, the bodies are falling left, right, and center. They're in the site. Turv and everyone else is just in here, and there's no response. All of them are gone. It's only Hunter and Nick, who was on first floor not too long ago, to come back and make something of the situation.
This could end up in a 6-0. Run out being made from Hunter and Nick, but in the end, he get caught out with the information just because he didn't make that run out. In the end, we will see Kira Esports make a flawless first half win. 6-0. My goodness. I don't know what to say. For Hunters, they are, let's just say, they're not looking good on map Clubhouse itself. For Wont, I thought they would have a bit of a chance, mainly because Clubhouse is one of the most standard maps in the game for Rainbow-Six-Siege. But all in all, when it comes to execution and gunfights, Kira Esports are the ones who are looking very strong on this. Round number 7, role swap will happen, and Kira Esports will decide to bring in the Oryx from Avidvi. A total of 3 Reamer dashes, which could be used to open up lines of sight, and also by the power of parkour, he can just climb the hatches instead of going through the stairs itself. A versatile roamer, and with Oryx being used in a lot of other maps too. We see Oryx being played on Clubhouse, we see Oryx being played on Oregon. I just kind of like it, mainly because Oryx in Oregon, both of them has O's in it. So
10 seconds to insertion.
all in all, Kira Esports 6-0, match point it is, and Avidvi, he's actually thinking for a spawn peak.
Oh boy. This could actually work out for Avidvi. He's gonna wait for just a little bit, probably for the cam to get shot before he goes for the peak. And he's still gonna be waiting for just a second here. The cam's not getting shot just yet. Avidvi goes for the peak anyway. Turns out no one is actually in that direction, so he's going to just dash back in. The Oryx's position given away. But talking about operators that we're interested in seeing, there's a blitz in play, this time from Tibet, who's confirmed that yes, the Oryx did in fact run around second floor, but they're going to decide to go into first floor instead, trying to gain control of 1F, go into 2F maybe, and clear out all the roamers. So Avidvi's here in garage. Position is given away there thanks to the drone that was there just a second ago. He might get shot if he's not careful, but the blitz is up here as well. Second floor on the other side in logistics office right now, trying to find where anyone could be, clearing out the floor as well to make sure vertical is not cluttered. A turf caught running around all over the place by Trojan, unaware of the sledge's position up above. Avidvi goes down as well. A couple of very important early kills here from the side of the attack, that is to say Hunters, as they found the Omai and the Oryx.
And with 2 players gone, they can just focus on the side properly. You have all the hard breaches, the exothermic charge, the breaching torch, and you also have the concussions and impacts from the Zofia. So it should be also a problem for them to deal the side on first floor kitchen, unless and until Kira Esports decides to fling back. Tunnel control is theirs. So now the only thing that they have to worry about is the site itself, because that's exactly where the rest of the 3 players from Kira Esports are defending at the moment. They could play in the trade game, and Vortex just decides to pre-fire towards the tunnel side and gets away with the kill. The second kill might not have come in, but it turns out there is some retaliations being made here, especially from Shrisha. The Blitz, he's still alive, not a single damage being taken around. Headshot, okay. Looks like the choo-choo train is in effect. And this time for Team Hunters, they're looking good. No, Vortex gives a piece of his own medicine. Triple kill, he's up for the quad. Can he get it? A single shot to the head is more than enough to give him the highlight reel for this second qualifiers. But he's going to stay safe. He's going to reload his assault weapon. Vortex, does he have the information on Trojan's whereabouts? Yes, he does. Pre-fires on the left side. And Kira Esports gets away with a flawless win. 7-0. And Vortex, my goodness, 4 kills, 2 with a pistol. And just like that, folks, a flawless victory for Kira Esports, 2-0. They are qualified for the playoffs.
What a victory indeed for Kira Esports. Absolute dominance, and even in the one round that they were pushed onto the back foot for, well, you had Vortex to handle the situation. Well played to, of course, the Jaeger, but more importantly, well played to Kira Esports in general. Hunters not really showing up for the majority of that match. They kind of showed up for that last round, but even when Kira Esports were playing spread apart and not really coordinating all that too well, especially in the early bit, they still walk away with the round win. It is what it is, I guess you could say. For the Hunters, they will have to bow out of the competition, which is unfortunate because, of course, this was the last set of qualifiers that we are having before the nationals themselves. So not much else to say for them. Unfortunate. It is what it is, like I said, right? They will not be making it to the Pro Series top 8. It will be Kira Esports who will join and become the 5th team to be qualified for that top 8 playoffs position. Of course, joining the rest. And we'll go over the full list in just a minute here, folks. But, of course, we'll talk a little bit more about the 7-0 that just happened in the highlights as we go into them right now.
Yep. The first half itself, I mean, it's all Kira Esports nonetheless. And Vortex, on the other hand, he didn't have a single death for the past 5 rounds. Of course, he did get a single death on round number 6, but it's just it was just dominating performance from Kira Esports. Hunters, on the other hand, although there were some tricks that they did try to use up against Kira Esports, but when you saw Kira Esports get control on the side, it was all over. They couldn't do anything about it. And even though if they did get the early advantage by pushing themselves off on a 3-5 situation, they still somehow ended up losing it. There's so many situations where Kira Esports had flawless rounds, especially like you see it in the highlight reel on round number 5. Not a single body had been dropped from Kira Esports, not a single blood was shed. It was just unstoppable onslaught from Kira Esports' attack side. And on defense, when you thought that Hunters had a bit of a chance, and then you see Vortex do this, a 1v2 and a predicted pre-fire all the way towards the Arsenal room. My goodness, Kira Esports, uh, they are prepped and ready for this, Jack. They are.
That they indeed are. Kid Sports looking more than likely to have a good run in the Pro Series playoffs top 8. I nearly said 2 words at once there accidentally, but it is what it is. Anyhow, looking like they might have a good run in the Pro Series top 8, but we'll have to see how they perform once they get there to determine if their performance remains on this same level. Hunters on the other side, well, unfortunately, not quite standing up to the Kita Esports show that this BO3 ended up being, and a very quick finish actually as well. There's plenty of time before the second match, so that's going to be a nice while for all of our viewers to get accustomed to the two teams that we'll be playing in match number 2, of course, and we'll talk about them in just a moment here, folks. But all things considered, Kid Esports will be happy with their performance today. A much required step up from their performance last week against Team Uwu. And this, of course, opens them up for a potential grudge match or revenge match, however have you, against Team Uwu down the line.
Yep, that will be a possibility, that's for sure. But let's not forget, we still have a second matchup, and that is with Team Won't Stop Peaking, would go up against the Boomers. So Team Won't Stop Peaking currently, they did went up in their first qualifiers, and that was up against Team Shaheens. Although they couldn't get to succeed in the first series, they're here to try their second chance in the second series itself. But for now, let's take a look at the match summary itself. 7-0, Vortex on the top of the leaderboard, 10 kills, 93% cost, and 1-1 when it comes to the opening picks. On the side of Hunters, we have Hunter Anik with a total of 80% cost, first initial frags. Trojan, on the other hand, he gets 3 initial frags. That is saying something from Hunter's end, especially from Trojan, who had a bit of an issue on round number 1, but playing as the support role, the Kaid, the Electroclaws, and also we did get to see him change as a different side of operators, where most of the time he'd usually anchor the side, but he did it in a great. He did ended up anchoring in a good way. So 5-7 was the KD ratio for for Trojan, 80% cost, but in the end they couldn't manage to rack up a single win on either on defense as well as on attack, especially on map Clubhouse. So there it, folks. Match number 1 of the second qualifier is done and dusted, and it will be Team Kira Esports who will secure their spot on the playoffs for Pro Series Fall Edition. Now we still have 3 more matches to go. 3 more matches, meaning that we have 1 match which will happen right now. Team Won't Stop Peaking versus Team Boomers. And then we have the next 2 matches which will happen on tomorrow. So for now, I gotta say, for Team Won't Stop Peaking and Boomers, Won't Stop Peaking, they have their second chance. But if they miss this opportunity, then we could say that Team Boomers might enter into the fray.
Well, we'll have to see how that match goes, folks. But until then, we're going to be taking a quick little break here before we get back with match number 2. Until then, stay tuned.
chase.
Alrighty then, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back once again to the Esports Club Pro Series for the fall edition for Rainbow-Six-Siege, supported by Ubisoft, powered by Zotac Gaming, and of course, our broadcast partner, Loco. I'm your host, Blackjack. Joining me is my co-host, Baba Gusta, as we are back after a bit of a lengthy break. I'm pretty sure you guys have been wondering what's been going on for the past however many minutes it's been. Well, we had a bit of a time to get this second match set up. As you can see, it is, of course, the Won't Stop Peaking versus Bommers, not Boomers, actually. Boomers is with a B double O. Bombers is B with a single O. That's what the team name is, so Bombers. So they're going to be starting in just a minute. But since Chalet Esports ended their game about an hour before time, we've had a bit of a lengthy break, and all that stuff. Players need time to get ready as well. So anyway, here we are. And we're going to be going in with that Bombers versus Won't Stop Peaking game. So, Baba Gusta, how are we feeling for this match?
Well, I'm feeling great, Jack. Talk about this first match itself, which has just happened. 2-0. Kira Esports will be the first team which will be qualified for this event, and that too for the second qualifiers, which means we still have 3 spots left, right, Jack? And talk about the second spot, which will be filled as of now. Team Won't Stop Peaking versus Team Bombers. Now, as we take a look at the map veto itself, we'll get to see what kind of maps do we get to expect from these two teams. On the side of Team Bombers, we have Clubhouse being picked up, and Team Won't Stop Peaking on map Chalet. And talk about Team Won't Stop Peaking's performance on the first qualifiers. We did get to see them go up against Team Shaheens. Shaheens are, however, qualified on the first series, on the first qualifiers, and now Won't Stop Peaking. They have their second chance in the second qualifiers, and now they have to see whether if they could succeed in taking out Bombers. Now, Bombers, on the other hand, we might see some recognizable players. You could say there's like new faces coming in from Bombers' end. You know, players like Not Deadpool, RX7, Doctor Insane, Abdu, and God. So curious to know what kind of players we get to see from Bombers' end, knowing that we will see Clubhouse and Chalet being picked up. And not gonna lie, the first map that we did get to expect, it's kind of similar, you know, map Chalet, map Clubhouse. It was the same thing when we saw Kira go up against Hunters. So maybe we get to see some different changes in playstyle coming in from these teams.
Now, the thing that we definitely know is that One Stop Peaking is a team that plays and relies a lot on aggression. Some might even say over aggression, almost a monkey esque playstyle. I mean, the quote unquote monkey esque playstyle. And I get it, they are hyper aggressive in the way they approach maps, and Chalet being an attacker centered map makes sense that they would play that map the way that they would like to. It is their map pick after all, which is very interesting, right? Just like Chalet Sports, Won't Stop Peaking have a mixed history on Chalet, and the fact that they themselves are going to Chalet is definitely very interesting. And we won't have to wait for long to see the results of that pick because we're going straight in, folks. That is correct. Map number 1 is live on all of our viewers' screens right now. As Won't Stop Peaking are on the defense, Bombers are on the attack, and WSP, Won't Stop Peaking, have the first ban of this match for the night. And as is usual, Thatcher will bite the dust.
Yep. Even with or without the next patch update, it's still the same. Thatcher gets banned almost every single time. Even with the introduction of secondary EMP impacts, Thatcher still proves to be useful mainly because of its huge range. You know, the impact EMP, which you could have as a secondary item, would actually have a range for about 5 meters, whereas Thatcher's EMP has 15 meters. So there's a huge gap difference when it comes to disabling electronics. So, of course, that should be banned once again. Nook ban on the side of Team Bombers, and Valkyrie on defense. Interesting bans coming in, especially on the attack side, with Nook being banned, which means that you won't be able to see any silent plays coming in from the Fragger's end. And Won't Stop Peaking's final ban will be the Mira nonetheless. So standard bans on attack and defense, except Nook on the hands of Team Bombers. So let's see how well it will favor for them on map Chalet. Round number 1 is a go with Team Won't Stop Peaking on defense, Bombers on attack, and it's the site which will be able to start off on second floor master bedroom / office.
All right, then. Interesting bands indeed, particularly that Nook. And I think it's primarily because Nook, of course, offers a really, really versatile kit, right? Primarily speaking, the grenades that she has, and of course, like you mentioned, the silent entry that Nook can give you as an operator, being pretty much a pick that takes defenders by surprise on any given map. So the fact that Nook has been banned, even more so by the Bombers, who are attack first, is interesting to me, as they are choosing not to have that element of surprise. And the grenades, of course, we've seen how useful they are for vertical grenading, for clearing utility, for burning utility, for clearing out operators. They are just a universally fantastic tool. But of course, Nook will no longer be in play for this round. And speaking of which, let us have a look at both the rosters that are here in the lobby for us tonight. From the side of the Bombers, we have Dr. Insane, Not Deadpool, RX7, Abu, and Sax God. Actually, some of these names are familiar from back in the TEC Pro League days. So that's, that's definitely going to be interesting for me to remember, as I remember how these folks played or used to play. And on the other side, of course, Won't Stop Peaking. We've seen them before. They have Violet Versace, Kuntal, Diamond, Dark Lord, and Vinci here to play in the lobby tonight, folks. So, all that being said, all the preamble done, we're going to second floor, master bedroom, and office. And we're going straight in to round number 1.
Yep, round number 1 is a go, and we did get to see some tidbits of performance from Won't Stop Peaking's end in the Community Cup series. I believe they did went all the way to the grand finals where they had to go up against one of the players. Oh no, an early pick, Violet. Ooh, almost removing the Yana out while he was, he did spawn in towards the fireplace hall, and now a cooked grenade to see whether if there's one of the players hiding out from that particular place. We'll be able to get some decent information, but instead some information will be relayed by usage of some of their utilities. One of the grenades will be used from the Yana's end, but in the end it will be Abdu who will succeed in removing Violet.
All right, first kill taken, and it is the Frost off the board from the drone hole. Of course, that drone hole has been there since Chalet was first introduced to the game. Even in old Chalet, that drone hole spot was always one that you could get kills from, or at least until the defenders became aware of it and then would avoid that drone hole at all costs. So, good first kill. Of course, Violet's frost mats are going to be all over the map already, so you got to be careful on entering and vaulting through windows, going up staircases and what the like. As Desmond sees one, lets them go. The drone hasn't seen them either, as I believe that was the Kaid actually who took out the other drone. Desmond, however, is spotted by the second drone that's in there. Somehow gets away from the repeller on double window here in Sunroom, and is still active in the round. That could have been a big missed opportunity for the Bombers to remove this Jaeger, but it is what it is. Another drone shot out. Drones are being used left, right, and center, and there's still a fair few that are in the attacker's pockets that can be used right now. More drones, RC Euroterror drones, it's all being sent up as utility is being cleared and entry is being made way for the side of the attackers.
Yeah, somehow Desmond still stays alive, not being able to give any information to Team Bombers as of now, but the way how they're slowly progressing towards Solarium Stairs will be a bit difficult for the defenders to deal with the situation. Vinci, on the other hand, the TCSG, but somehow Desmond and Kuntal, both of them, does a really great job at removing two of the players, and that too with a headshot. Flashbang being thrown, but it's not going to work out too much from the defensive side. Vince's attempt to use the TCSG will not work out too much, and so does Dr. Insane with a beautiful headshot. Dark Lord will be down, and Kuntal's run out will actually get away with a kill like that. 2v2. Now it's a 2v1 with Kuntal left in a 1v2 situation. Post-plant it is, so it will be the time of 45 seconds that Kuntal needs to succeed. He already has 2 kills. Now, with his position being compromised from the attack drones, it will be very difficult to clutch this out unless and until he gets some good information. No, the air jabs from the Nomad will give away the information, but Kuntal, he will get one. That's Insane gone and out. Now he just needs to deal with Not Deadpool. Good wall bang attempt. It's not going to give the kill that is required to take out the ace, and he'll just get away with a kill like that. Bombers will succeed in a very chaotic round in the first round, ending things up on a 1v2 situation. And Kuntal's run out almost did give a chance for Team Won't Stop Peaking to succeed, but I mean, in the end, they got control on the side, and it was too late to recover it.
It is what it is for the first round, but Bombers pretty well played, I would say, overall. Their positioning looked pretty good, and they seemed to know what they were getting into when it came to Won't Stop Peaking. They pretty much played it on the back foot, even after having the man count advantage. I say back foot more in the sense that they played it reserved. They played a very reserved game. They didn't go aggressive. They didn't try to take, map control too early or something like that. Excuse me, something like that. They waited, cleared, droned themselves in, took care of utility using everything they had at their disposal, and then finished off the round. Won't Stop Peaking seemed to get a little bit antsy, and even after those 2 kills, they weren't really in a position to make much of the rest of the round, as we saw with them losing bodies and having that end round collapse. Something that they will be keen to avoid going forward from here, that is for certain. For the time being, first round taken. This time, is there going to be another spawn peak from the Won't Stop Peaking camp? I don't think so. They're still setting things up, even though they have the same defender lineup as before. Looking to get themselves just, a little bit more stably set up this time around, just so as to not lose bodies too early and get themselves caught off in awkward positions.
Absolutely. The way how Bombers have been progressing, getting away with the spawn peak, that Violet almost got that first frag from the Solarium window, but for Kuntal, oh, the timing and the wall bang, oh, just beautifully orchestrated from Team Bombers. There you have it. Iana starts off with a bang, and that to taking out Kuntal is a really great way to start things off for Team Boomers. Now they just removed the roamers who was just currently holding out from the basement side. And now they just got to focus on the side itself. And let's not forget, this is still the same side, second floor master bedroom / office. And fortunately for the Yana, Violet will get away with a beautiful kill like that. Using the good use of that vertical line of sight, will get away with an equalizer 4-4.
That's a good kill as well. Taking the Iana out means no more grenades and no more of those Gemini replicators to deal with. The Iana player will definitely not be too happy about that. As in the meanwhile, we have the Twitch drones still active in the map, taking care of what bits and pieces of utility that they can. Dr. Insane as well, just down below. They're playing it very patiently. They're just trying to weed out anybody on the first floor, and there might be one there, maybe Dark Lord, or it could actually Kuntal's down. I was gonna say it could have been Kuntal, but no, Kuntal is off the board at the minute. So they're just waiting to see if there's another roamer, and that is, well, Dark Lord gonna get one more. And that is Dr. Insane gone. That's another big drop for the attackers. They've now lost their Flores, so remaining RC Reteros no longer in play. Not Deadpool trying to find a kill here. Saw the Kaid, but was backing away already. And Vinci was able to get away with his head for just a second in that encounter. Could have been the end of his life, but the round continues on in the 4v3. And the longer that Bombers led... Vinci, where are you going exactly? Deadpool was there. The ace was there just a second ago. And he's just wanted to run out into the hallway. Desmond's going to find Abdu in the meanwhile. That's going to take care of another attacker, leaving them in this 2v3 situation. Again, man count advantage has been kept. And kudos to Won't Stop Peaking team right now, as they have managed to make sure that the man count does not slip away from them. They have to find these final 2 shots fired in the AK-12. No, actually, the F2 wins out. Desmond goes down. Shots fired towards Not Deadpool, who's taking more damage as time goes on. The Twitch's position given away, but Not Deadpool has been DBNO'd. And Violet coming around. The Twitch is by the shield. There we go. Finds the line of sight, finds the kill. And the round goes this time to Won't Stop Peaking.
Calm and precise for Team Won't Stop Peaking. Although there were some questionable mistakes, especially from Vinci's end. The first question is, he has a TCSG. The second, getting away, knowing that there is not Deadpool all the way from the entry doorway of office. So I was a bit confused, but in the end, Won't Stop Peaking will get away with the victory there. I believe it was a 2v2 situation. They did held things off properly, and they did ended out with a win like that. So for Bombers, unfortunately, one of the players from the side of Team Bombers had an unfortunate disconnect. Maybe it has to do with connectivity issues, but I think they still have a chance to call a rehost because it's still in prep phase. But after the prep phase, they can be able to, ask for it. So Bombers, I believe they will not ask for it. 4v5 it is, and for Team Won't Stop Peaking, although they did had a very rough start on round number 1, and it was also the same thing on round number 2 too. I mean, mainly because the way how Kuntal got majorly distracted from the attack drone and
5 seconds
uh,
left before insertion.
the Iana
Attackers have
from
determined
God,
location
who
of
did
the
ended up getting a kill like that, and that it was a wall bang. Just like it's just the information game that Bombers had from the attack drones is just purely well done. But when it comes to the execution, that's exactly where Team One Stop Peaking has the advantage. But there are some slightly weak points that Bombers could use it to their advantage. But it always comes down to the timing.
That it does, and their time management has to be better. Given that they are now playing this round with 4 players and they did not call for a rehost, seems like the connectivity issues on RX7's side might be a bit too much for the time being to be dealt with quickly. Interesting use of a Selma to breach into Garage. Seems like they want to go up the main stairs, potentially open up the pantry hallway wall, and shut down rotates between the sides. That would be a very smart play. They don't even have a mute. That is to say, the defenders don't have a mute. Not Deadpool's is going to clear out the bottom floor. There's a drone from the Trent side as well, making sure that it is in fact clear. But blue stairs is Desmond. That's going to be the first kill. The Jaeger just sitting there patiently. One part of the map that wasn't properly droned out, and suddenly diffuser dropped for 3v5 in fact. But Desmond getting a bit too ahead of himself, gets shot down by the Twitch. So one player still, of course, is the difference between both of these teams right now. But with the ace gone, that means Pantry Hallway cannot be opened up. That means, of course, whatever plan they were hatching to take care of that line of sight is no longer in play. Vinci with the peek out takes a ton of damage, but walks away with a kill onto that same Twitch from not too long ago. Dark Lord gets Dr. Insane. And it's all down to Abdu, the last one standing up west main stairs. That is exactly where Vinci was not too long ago. But in a 1v4, how much can the Nomad really even accomplish here? Coming out to the kitchen as a pause is confirmed for the next round's pick phase. As looks like Abdu is just more than happy to sit back, relax, and enjoy some chill vibes, trying to fish for some heads right now. But not much more other than that. Has effectively sealed themselves into this room as the... Oh boy, Prismas have given away Abdu's approximate position with those pings. More shots are about to be fired. And the Nomads is kind of chilling, as it were. The pause, of course, in the next round is to get their player RX7 back in, but looks like Won't Stop Peaking will be walking into the next round in a 2-1. Now, Baba, Chalet is attacker-sided, so a 2-1 this early on could spell disaster for the Bombers if they're not careful.
Yeah, they surely do. One shot from Abdu. Can he guess the second? Not a lot of time left and not a lot of HP remaining to get the kill too. So for Bombers, another headshot. Almost a third, but in the end it will be Team One Stop Peaking who will get away, winning round number 3. Alright, that almost gave me a heart attack, but in the end it will be Team One Stop Peaking who will succeed round number 3, ending things off on a 2-1 scoreline. And round number 4, it will commence with a time, with a pause being requested from Bomber's side. I believe if they had their 5th player, maybe it would have been easier for them to use the sledge, to just open up their lines of sight and also, get to the side even much more quicker. But if I have to talk about Bomber's main strength, is that the amount of drone works that they use is just good. It's really good. They have good information. They even place their pre-placed drone in the prep phase itself to get vital information on players' whereabouts, and they would play to it accordingly. On round number 1, you saw that not Deadpool was still hanging around from the office side. Actually, no, it was on second on round number 2 where Team Bombers were just patiently waiting on that situation. But what's more interesting is that Vinci, for the past 2 rounds, we saw Vinci pick the TCSG shotgun for twice the round, and it didn't work out as much as it expected it to be for Team One Stop Peaking. So Vinci decides to change the weaponry from TCSG to AUG A3, which in fact it worked out wonders for him on round number 3. And for Bombers, although they were at a 45 disadvantage, they are somehow, managing to bring this round back in a 1v1. I mean, Abdo really did do that. I mean, it was a 1v3 situation. The time was running around. Obviously, Won't Stop Peaking would have won that round. Actually, Team Bombers would have won that round in round number 3. But round number 4, since Chalet is heavily attacker sided, all they've got to do is to ensure that they have control on
Attackers
first
need to
floor as
locate
best
and
as
defuse
possible.
bombs.
Now, the site will be on basement, snowmobile garage, and wine cellar, mainly because they succeeded in defending both bar, gaming room, and second floor master bedroom / office.
Attackers
They
need to
could have
discover the
gone
location
to
of a
first floor
bomb.
kitchen and dining, but they choose to opt out to garage and wine cellar instead. Interesting choice of site pick. And for Bombers, this can be the chance for them to win this round. All they've got to do is just open up the line of sight, which is connected towards Snowmobile Garage, or they could, bring in the Hibana, open up
10
the
seconds
long
left.
line of sight, which connects towards Garage, towards Wine Cellar, and
5 seconds.
ensure that none of the defenders would make a lot of chances to rotate from the site itself. So you could have a major lockdown by just not letting defenders rotate to whenever they please. So you could try doing that technique, but you've got to focus on removing the Kai's Electroclaw first. And that's the main reason why you see RX-7 bring in the IQ and the Flores' drone, the explosive drone, which it could help them to remove such important utilities.
That it could, but doesn't seem like it'll be necessary for now, as they've got a line of sight going into the site through the main breach, of course, as is to be expected when it comes to this map, this particular site on this map. Snowmobile in both old Chalet and current Chalet is this one of those sites that is very easily breached, at least the front breach, that is. Interestingly enough, the EMP that was used did not actually get any electroclaws. It just shut down the mute jammer, but the secondary EMP, of course, only disables for 9 seconds as opposed to Thatcher's 15. So you got to be quick with the utility usage, and you probably, in most cases, you'll have to end up using both secondary EMPs just on one wall to get the clearance you want. Now, thankfully, it was, of course, a mute jammer and not the Kaid's Electroclaw, which, of course, would have just destroyed the cell mine in its entirety. But not Deadpool has gone around to the back, determined to open up trench. That's probably where the IQ comes in and gets the Electroclaws from above. But they gotta clear out Violet first. Violet is still here, but looks like it's gonna be a big trench push. You have the Osa as well setting up a shield. Drones are going in. RC Rotero is being used to clear out whatever piece of utility it can get. Violet, though, could come down the west main stairs, could get the the important pieces of utility. Not just that, but also the important kills here. Shoots out the drone. He's being very careful on the descent here. As the Wamai peeks out, Kuntal, beautiful peek right there, finds the Flores. So once again, utility denial will be much, much more difficult for Bombers right now.
Yep. Already we get to see Insane being picked out, so which means that no more of those explosive utilities could have been to use. Oh no! God's attempt to remove that Electroclaw didn't quite work out well in his favor though. But RX-7 is still here to take out Desmond. Losing a lot of time. They only have 30 seconds left, and you see all 3 attackers making their move in towards basement wine cellars, but they are yet to find an opening. Dark Lord is still present, and with the C4, he could deny any single person that's coming in from the site. Not a lot of time left. They still need to figure out a way to destroy the Electroclaw, which is safely in possession for the defenders. Dark Lord needs to be careful, but Kuntal, on the other hand, he still stays strong. They're starting to remove players one by one, and it's RX-Kevin who needs to find a way out to take out the rest of the 2 players. Vinci, he gets away with the kill, and also the second. Won't stop peeking. They will not stop peeking, folks. Round number 4 is theirs, and also they'll get themselves in the lead. 3-1 will be the scoreline.
Well, it's certainly the end of the round was certainly something, wasn't it, that we saw right there. Molsa Peking definitely could have lost a few bodies, unfortunately, if they were not a little bit more careful. I mean, they did already, right? But it could have been way, way worse, especially given that they were in a 4v1, right? Kuntal was DBNO, but that's the thing. While Kuntal was gone, you had only RX-7 active from the attacker side. The other attacker was already on the floor. Wow. Tongue twisters. Hey, not even that. I don't know why. Anyhow, we're going back to second floor office for round number 5. It's 3-1 Won't Stop Peaking are in a pretty good lead right now. 2 rounds to them. More so than that, they made sure that Bombers, even if they take the next 2 rounds, can't have a lead until the second half. And the second half, folks, is of course Won't Stop Peaking's attacking half. So they've made it pretty clear that, we are not going to give you any momentum to work with. Whatever you can get, you'll have to snatch it from us. From, of course, our losses in a given round. If you can't, well, we're going to be taking more and more and more rounds, and that has been the case so far. Kuntal going 6-4 in 5 rounds, pretty good performance, alongside, of course, Desmond and Dark Lord, 3 each, Violet with 2, Vinci with 1, and on the other side, of course, Bombers, Abdu with 4-2, but everybody else, and RX7 with 4-2 as well, but everybody else 2 kills each. Not really shining up as much as they would like to. The support is there, but in the last round we saw them sort of just completely fall apart in terms of their coordination.
True. For Bombers, although they were looking very good on second floor master bedroom, the site on basement snowmobile garage, well, not so much from Bombers' side. And I've got to say, the amount of vertical line of sight that's been presented towards Won't Stop Peaking's end, you have multiple angles that Bomber needs to be careful about. So I think it would be best for them to focus on, ensuring that you have Solarium control by just repelling from the window side, or just creating a distraction more than enough to force the player out of that particular spot. And when I say the spot, that would be in towards Solarium. This is exactly where Vinci is holding on to. So you could say that Bombers are just playing this safe and slow. They don't want to get picked out quite early. They just want to play it for information, see what kind of utilities, the placements, and also the line of sights that's been presented towards the library's end. And once they figure out what kind of positioning that one of the players are playing around, they'll just try to corner them out. They'll just see whether they can corner them out. Abdu, on the other hand, will not waste any time at all gaining control from library, because they have information from the attack drones, and now they are slowly making their way into opening up that line of sight. Now the only biggest question is, how can they deal with the denials that's been presented from the defensive side?
Mind you, there's still 2 players down below and only 1 C4, but a vertical line of sight is being opened by, I think that's Dark Lord from below as well. Vince is going to find Not Deadpool in the meanwhile. That is the ace taken care of. Desmond goes down. RX7 gets that kill on the jump in, jumps right back out to safety. You have the Iana coming in down below as the Frost has been downed, but not out. The revive can happen. Darkloss coming in for that particular help. There might be somebody on top Sunroom. No, it's just Kuntal. Never mind. It's still a 4v4, but RX7, oh no! Pogmat! That's really unfortunate. But the Melusi goes down. Darkler getting a bit too antsy with the peak right there. Dr. Insane shutting him down as they move up, through the hallways. C4 will not be there to deny the plant. C4 will go out. We'll find the person who planted though. And Vinci makes it a 3v2 situation. RX7 is still on the floor. Now it's a 3v1 or 2v1. No, it'll actually be a 3v1. I think RX7 will be picked up, which leaves Vinci all alone in this clutch situation. Coming into the bathroom. Does this player have any idea of where these attackers are? No, they don't. And the Iana comes in, gets the kill after getting the revive off on the Kaid. So a little bit of fight back from the Bombers. They're not quite out of it just yet. As we move into round 6, Desmond unfortunately having a bit of a disconnect right there. So probably another pause request coming in from the side of Won't Stop Peaking this time. Maybe. They haven't asked for anything yet, but there we go. Okay. 2 seconds remaining. Kind of get a bit close there, Violet. But the pause is there. Desmond is back. We should be going back into round number 6 in just a second here, folks. With all that being said, Bombers definitely showing a good round right there.
Yep, they have. Especially from Dr. Insane's end, who just had he was just on point with those shots. And Vinci, on the other hand, he was a bit too late for the denial of plant. So maybe if Vinci was a bit too fast, maybe he could have gotten it. Or maybe if Vinci was playing an operator which was 3 speed instead of 2 speed, actually instead of 1 speed, because Kaid is a 3 armored operator, right? So even though if you take out the pistol, which in fact you'll increase your sprinting potential, you'd still give away a huge amount of noises, and you're a bit slow on to reaching downstairs to reach in that particular spot. Maybe it could have helped out if he
10
just
seconds
dropped down
left
from the
before
hatch
insertion.
instead of going all the way down the stairs. But there was an attempt
5
being
seconds
made,
remaining.
and in the end it will be Team Bombers who will get away with a win like
Attackers must
that. So
locate
on
and
round number
defuse the
6,
bomb.
with Bombers needing to focus on second floor master bedroom and office once again, things might be a bit difficult from Team One Stop Peaking's end, because this is the fourth time we are seeing them play this side, which means that Bombers knows exactly what kind of plays that they need to do. So they will save some of the attack drones and use it on mid or late rounds, especially onto finding out exactly where the ankles are playing at the moment. And what's more interesting is that we don't see a smoke being played once again on Chalet. I mean, I know I keep saying smoke mainly because of how great of a trapper he is when it comes to denying a total of 30 seconds. The attackers are forced to wait for more than 30 seconds. That's the main reason why he's been picked most of the time. But for now, focusing on the round at hand, where we see Kuntal tries to engage in a gunfight, where Dark Cloud gets to win it all the way from Fireplace Hall, taking out not Deadpool. This is a good frag though, mainly because it's the ace, the hard breacher has been eliminated,
Yep.
which means that Bombers
Yep.
needs to make good use of current lines of sight, which will be very difficult from them in this round.
That is very true. Though losing the breacher like that definitely not going to help them, and the Bombers know this. They're going to have to try and reconvene around their remaining operators, try to clear out whatever pieces of utility they can, and then go into the site, try to force their way in because there's no other way for them to do it. Grenade from the Iana up to the roof. Unfortunately, actually kind of undercooked. Went all the way to the hard concrete and detonated there. I mean, no one was up there in that region anyway. As Darkla gets one, Kuntal wins the gunfight. Abdu came up to him, but it didn't matter. Shots fired. Kuntal now low, forced to flee back up the sunroom stairs, but the grenade's coming. But it is going to be cooked for just too long. I mean, you need that time to cook it anyway. But because it took that long to be deployed, the player got away. Shots fired. Desmond now position given away. RX7 trying to secure this kill, but no, Desmond's too quick on the trigger. And now it's just down to the Iana God, the last one standing in a 1v5. What could be potentially and is now a flawless round as Kuntal bags another kill for the side of Won't Stop Peaking. Definitely, this team, Won't Stop Peaking that is, definitely not happy with how they lost round number 5, taking round 6 in an absolute sweep of kills and clears. And now we're moving on to the second half. Won't Stop Peaking on the attack, Bombers on the defense, and it's up to the Bombers now. The ball is in their court. They are the ones who need to turn things around as they are the ones down 2-4.
Yep, 2 attack rounds at the hands of Bombers. And now we need to see whether if they can do the same thing on defense. See whether if they can bring this back to a 4-4 scoreline. And what a good way to start it off than to be on second floor master bedroom / office once again. Some changes in operators, with Dr. Insane bringing in the Thunderbird and Abdu with the Rooney. You even have denials from the Mute's Jammers, which in fact is very powerful to deny any breaches happening from the walls of second floor, or maybe it can also deny a lot of information from the attacker's end. So it's a very powerful tool, and it can also help the defenders to waste a lot of time, so to speak. The biggest question here is, since One Stop Peaking has the major advantage in the first half, now they're the ones on attack. Can they have the same performance as they did in the first half? Well, we're about to see that in the action phase itself. A lot of lines of sight being used from the Mute Guard, using the shotgun to open up lines of sight, and now all he's got to do is just be patient and see what kind of pushes that the attackers would do.
That much, of course, is very true. It's all down to how the attackers start playing the round, that the defenders then have to adapt to it. And it kind of goes on from there, right? Multiple rounds of adaptations and so on and so forth. As that's an interesting claymore on the main door. Just make sure nobody goes for a big run out from down below. Violet, of course, being pretty aware of what Bombers could get up to. Mute Jammers are in play. There is no secondary EMP, mind you, that the attackers of Won't Stop Peeking are going to be utilizing. So they're going to have to try and clear out utility the good old-fashioned way, probably from down below, with either the Zofia or the Iana going in with their grenades, or maybe even the Ash, as Kuntal, of course, is partial to that operator. Speaking of who is back into the fore, the Ash is very much a part of the current attacker lineups that we've been seeing for the past few days, not just with this team, but multiple teams. But are they aware of where one of the players is? Well, they found the mute, and that's God now gone. The mute on the floor.
And with that, the C4 will go away with that too. Another kill, and this time it's RX-7's turn to hold his ground from Piano by eliminating Kuntal out. Abdu, great shot to take out Desmond. Although we couldn't get to see it from his view itself, but this will give Bombers the exact advantage that they need on man count. But they got to be careful on the breached wall because the attackers are slowly making their way towards the side. That is towards the officer side. Vinci will miss the flashbang, which is supposed to destroy the Surya gate, but it will for now. A lot of shots being made towards the office side as team Won't Stop Peeking are still trying to find an opening. And Vinci might be able to get this shot if it is perfectly lined up right, but no. The defenders, they know exactly what they're doing. They don't want to peek this. And all they've got to do is just wait it out. Oh, not Deadpool. Great headshot. And Dark Lord responds back once again on 3v2, 3v1 as Deadpool gets again. And now it's Violet who needs to end things off on a 1v3 clutch. So difficult one. The air jab has been placed already right from outside. It will be refreshed and taken out from Abdu. My goodness, Bombers. Good way of defense in round number 7.
Yeah, pretty good defense from the Bombers right here. No real complaints with it. I would say that, Won't Stop Peeking definitely did not live up to what that attack could have been, because the potential on that attack looked like it could absolutely cleave through them, the defense of the Bombers, that is. But unfortunately, it wasn't quite executed well because, of course, of what we ended up seeing. Not covering their flanks, not washing down the main stairs towards Garage, and kind of just over peaking. I mean, I get it. It's in the name. Won't stop peaking, right? But sometimes you gotta stop peaking. Siege is not a game about peaks, folks. It's a game about coordination, teamwork, and, objective clearing, utility clearing, all that stuff. And then you start getting kills. Then you start peaking, man. But it is what it is. I mean, again, clues in the name, won't stop peaking. So they are vehemently opposed to any and all of that. As we move into round 8, 4-3. Won't Stop Peeking still in the lead, but only by 1 round now, as the defense have gone straight down to the basement snowmobile site.
Most of the Chalet maps that we did cast together, right, Jack, on Pro League Spring or Summer Edition, every time when we see map Chalet being brought out, we don't get to see Basement, Wine Cellar, and Garage being brought out way too often, right? But I still have a question as of now, like, why are the teams going for Basement, Wine Cellar, and Snowmobile Garage more than the site on First Floor Kitchen and Dining? Why is it?
I think it's more to
what
do
is the
with,
main reason?
I think it's more to do with the less experienced teams, so to speak. I say that in quotes, of course, right? Some of these players have been around for a long time. But in
Or
terms
is it
of their
because of the
teamwork,
LMG meta?
No. LMGs have nothing to do with the side pick in this situation, I'm afraid. Primarily because, at least we'll get back to that in just a second. Some shots might be fired here as they're trying to breach into its trench. Get the mute jammer, maybe. The defenders have cleared out from the trench door, so... Alright, looks like no particular gunfights are going to be happening just yet. But the thing is, a lot of teams go for the first floor sites, right? We saw Won't Stop Peeking go to first floor by themselves. But the thing is, Chalet, when you're not all too versed in how this map works, it's actually better off to go to basement because it's very similar to old Chalet, right? The flow is very similar. The overall structure of it is very similar. So if you're not used to playing the first floor sites, you can go to second floor and basement and kind of just be done with it. At least it's better than playing old Chalet's second floor bedroom office site, because God, that site was awful. So I'm so glad that it's become a mainstay now. But yeah, basement it's the same site, so there's familiarity there. And even though like old Chalet is now years removed from having been reworked, right? it's still something that teams kind of like. And second floor, basement, excuse me, doesn't really need too heavy of a defensive hold. You can just kind of turtle up in the site and get away with it, as we've seen time and time again. Whereas first floor, both of them requires heavy second floor control. So the teams don't
Yeah, I
don't want to
agree.
do that. Well, they just go to basement and then try to go from there. But right now, are we going to have a clearance into trench? Everyone from Won't Stop Peeking is here. Did they even go for the big breach on the big wall? I don't think so. Secondary EMP is used, and that's going to allow for the Selmas to come in, breach the wall, and a cross is going to be established here nice and quickly. Another secondary EMP used up. Hibana coming in with the breach on the main trench wall as the C4 comes out. Does not do all that much damage, mind you. There is still a mute jammer blocking the entry of the drone. Shots are fired. Kuntal now taking damage. West main stairs. They have to be careful of this particular side as Desmond gets one. That's God now off the board. West main stairs flank has found a player, which means they're going to try and get rid of that one as the pings are coming in, but the peaks might come in as well. Sees the elbow of the Kaid, gets him. That's Darkler with another kill. Need to be careful of Connector. Flashbangs out. It's Flash. Everybody in the site. Abdu comes from the back. Gets one. Can he get two? Yes, he does. 3v3. This could be big right now as the attackers have gotten the plant off. All they have to do is defend in a post-plant situation. Did I just see the alibi going prone as Darklord finds not Deadpool? It's all down to Abdu, the last one standing from the back. 1v3 situation. RX7 is once again disconnected. Probably the worst time to do so. And Darklord gets Abdu as well. Another kill rings out as another round goes the way of Won't Stop Peeking. Very messy entry into the side, but they managed to get it done, and they managed to get the plant off. That's what mattered, really putting the pressure on the Bombers as they make it 5-3.
Yep. The pressure is exactly what Team Won't Stop Peeking will end up winning that round in 8. And now, looks like they want to give it another go on round number 9 too. Wine Cellar and Snowmobile Garage. Pause not being requested from Bombers' end.
Attackers need to
Okay,
locate and defuse
interesting.
bombs.
4v5. Bombers, they want to make a second attempt of succeeding this site. It will be a tough one, but at least they get to know what kind of push will they have to expect from Won't Stop Peeking's end. So they've got to figure out a way to have a lot of fortifications exactly from this hallway. So what can they do about this? They could bring in a lot of denials, the C4s from the Kaid. You even have the Wumai's Magnet Naze that can at least catch one or two of
10 seconds left
the
before insertion.
Aces Summer Breach charges. Even have the
5
Jaeger
seconds
too.
remaining.
So you have a lot of utility denials from the defensive side, and you have
Attackers are moving out to locate a bomb and
the
defuse it.
Alibi, which is an expert when it comes to roaming. Abdu, on the other hand, wants to attempt at a spawn peek all the way towards the attacker's spawn, but I'm pretty sure that they none of them would make an attempt of warding out that particular place. So Won't Stop Peeking will just do the traditional way of pushing all the way towards the basement side, get control on garage, open the wall, and make the same push on basement wine cellars just like they did on round number 8. We won't see any changes. We don't see any changes in strategies involving from Won't Stop Peeking's end or from Boomers' end. And the only thing that we will see at the execution is just gunfights. And in that gunfights, Won't Stop Peeking will already have the advantage, mainly because it's a 5v4. Bombers already has the major disadvantage. And what's more interesting is that they still don't have a smoke.
I mean, in a 4v5 situation where they're playing basement, smoke is probably one of the operators you don't actually want to emphasize on too hard. As the utility denial is going to come in, you have the use of the secondary EMPs. Impact will be out. That does stop. No, it doesn't stop the Salma from going off, actually. C4's up, but does no damage this time around. Drones are going in, giving away all the information in the world. Shots are fired, and that's going to be Violet's position given away thanks to the Gemini. Thanks to the Prisma. But Kuntal gets a big kill. Darkler goes down to Abdu. In the meanwhile, flashbangs are out as the Wamai avoid getting flashed. More and more of these are being thrown into the site, making it harder and harder to hold in there. But these defenders are somehow sticking it out, and this could be a big talking point right now. Another set of flashbangs are being thrown, but not Deadpool from inside of blue. Might just be a massive thorn in their side right now. Missed flash. My goodness, how many flashbangs do they even have? That's 6 flashbangs expended in the side. The Iana hasn't even thrown a single grenade. Kuntal, bit of a missed opportunity there. as Gemini will give away another attacker's location. God, going prone. Grenade flies right over their head. Kaid's still alive. Shots are fired this time, and there we go. Weeded out of their position. Vinci gets up too, and it's all now down to Not Deadpool. Sees one. Shots fired to give away their position, leaving them now in a 1v4 completely exposed.
Attackers activating diffuser.
And the Nomad now knows where they are. There we go. Oh, wait, that was a knife, actually. Probably from the back. Yes, coming around from blue. Sees the Jaeger. Little bit of disrespect. And the round now goes to the side of the attack. Won't stop peeking. Map point. 6-3. RX7 in the meanwhile, of course, joined, but has disconnected yet again, unfortunately.
Man, unfortunate. When it comes to connectivity issues like this, I mean, they still have a pause. They could request a pause as of now, but there's still no response coming in from Bommers' end. So the round will still continues at a
Attackers need
45
to locate and
disadvantage.
defuse bombs.
And yeah, I gotta agree on that, Jack. Even though smoke has been picked out, I think it would be best to have an operator that has the higher chances of, you know, having kill potential more than wasting time.
I think
You know,
that's
having
the
an
thing,
operator
right?
which has C4 could actually help them a lot, right? Yeah, go ahead.
For
Jack.
basement snowmobile, I feel like having the Jaeger with my combo trumps out having smoke primarily because sure, smoke can deny area for a good chunk of time, right? But the thing is, once you run out of smokes, you're stuck at mid-range gunfights, and attackers once they open up trench. And if they get the main, snowmobile wall, which while Won't Stop Peeking weren't doing, any other team would, right? So when you have three open breaches like that, those long lines of sight, if you're not absolutely proficient with the SMG-11, taking them becomes very difficult. So then okay, you could say FMG, but the FMG, then you can't open up rotates anymore. Then the smoke's one of his big purposes is lost. So all things considered, smoke has a ton of positives. Don't get me wrong. When used by the right players, smoke is an actual powerhouse. But like with the Bombers, I just don't think that without all 5 of their players present, they would like to go for a high skill ceiling operator rather than just go for some utility denial, keep the site as closed as possible. But unfortunately, it didn't quite work out.
Attackers have located a
Yeah.
bomb.
Although it was a good effort, though, gotta give it to Bombers. You know, I now I kind of understand why you'd require weaponry which can handle out long range gunfights, especially on a site like Basement Point Cellar. So starting off, it will be Desmond who will start off by taking out Not Deadpool, the Jaeger who was currently roaming around. Maybe on the first floor side will get picked out. Dr. Insane will reply back by taking out Desmond. Good frags coming in, but in the end, it's still Bombers who still has the major disadvantage. Vinci gets to find one of the players on defense, but he won't be able to get the kill nonetheless. Still get to see the side of Team Bombers still having a lot of pressure though, especially in towards Solarium Stairs, and now the pressure seeks to appear right in that particular place. They know they have the information on one of the players' whereabouts. They know what kind of pressure that Won't Stop Peeking is pursuing as of now. Information is being given. Good usage of the SMG-11 to take out Dark Lord. And now you could say that there is still a fighting chance for Bombers to bring this back up. But if they make a single mistake, then Won't Stop Peeking will have that control, and that mistake will be huge, especially for Vinci. Headshot to take out the guard. The mute won't be available, which means that Dr. Insane needs to do some insane plays from the Spear 308. 2v3, Bombers are at a major disadvantage. They could use the C4 to deny one of the players, but it requires timing and information. Oh no, never mind. Violet just denies it just like that, and it's just Abdu who needs to figure out a way to bring this back. 1v3, MX4 Storm, such a dangerous weapon in close and long range, but Kuntal just denies it and ends things off on a 7-3 scoreline, map number 1, at the hands of Team Won't Stop Peeking.
A 7-3 to the team of Won't Stop Peeking as they will take map number 1 nice and quickly. Well, I wouldn't say quickly, but nice and comfortably, as it were, winning their map pick. No surprises right there, folks. 7-3 in their favor. Kuntal going 11-7. Definitely enjoying the fact that the Ash is back in play, folks. And not just that, Ash, Iana, all of the operators who've got some pretty good guns. Of course, Ash's R4C has always been a gun that Kuntal has been pretty fond of. If you've talked to him ever, about Siege and its many, many recall changes, he will always lament the fact that there was a solid, what, 4 seasons in the middle there that Ash was not exactly being played because both of our guns weren't exactly great. G36 has always had a good bit of recoil, but for whatever reason, its slower fire rate and a much more methodical playstyle that it promoted was never really preferred over the R4C and the flash and dash playstyle that the Ash has sort of embodied in in the years that have since ensued since the game's release. So overall, it's nice to see the Ash back. It's nice to see Zofia being able to play with her other gun, the M762. Who'd have thought that there'd be a day where we refer to the M762 as the other gun for Zofia, isn't it? That used to be the LMG spot back in the day. I remember. I know I sound like a complete boomer saying that, but it's only been a year, folks. But the LMGs, man, they are a menace, and I'm glad that they're mostly gone. Mostly. There's still some LMGs out there, but I'm glad that they're mostly gone. Maestro can keep his LMG though. Don't hurt my boy. Anyhow, the reason you might be thinking as to why we're not talking too much about that game, well, there isn't really much to talk about. It was a game fraught with disconnections, particularly from RX-7 and other things that we'll talk about as we go into the highlight section of this post-match, folks. And overall, the thing that I do have to say though is there was some good attempts made from the side of the Bombers, but unfortunately, they just weren't quite able to string their performances together long enough. Won't Stop Peaking, of course, as is usual for them, very unpredictable and definitely staying true to their name, which definitely lost them a few more rounds than they probably would have liked, but it is what it is, right? In that regard, they still walked away with advantages. And once they took a big advantage early, what was it, 3-1, right? They never really let
Hmm.
go of it, all things considered. 7-3 at the end of the day, with Bombers never even being able to take a lead, never even being able to equalize outside of the 1-1 early in the match.
They did win 2 rounds of defense in the first half and 1 round on attack in round number 7. Although they made a good efforts to win one of their, actually no, second half was on defense. Again, apologies for that. Round number 7, they made a good effort on holding out second for Master Bedroom, but when Snowmobile Garage and Wine Cellar came out, well, that was where Team Bombers had a lot of issues, especially with the operators, with them bringing operators which can involved in contesting long range gunfights. But you could say the same mistake can be said from Team Won't Stop Peaking's end, though, when it comes to information being gained. Vinci bringing TCSG on some certain amount of rounds, some of which did not work, especially on the starting rounds of first and third, but it did eventually ended up being in his favor for on round number 5. So Vinci, although he was playing as the Kaid on almost all of the rounds, he still made a fantastic job when it comes to supporting the team, giving information, and also going in for the trade whenever is necessary. Team Bombers, on the other hand, Abdu was was doing a great job when it comes to roaming too. 9 kills, I believe, from that man. But playing as the alibi, he was doing a lot of work when it comes to the initial picks, and not Deadpool doing his good share of efforts from the from the support type, the ace. It's a must-have operator, and you need to ensure that when it comes to meta operators like this, you need to know every ins and outs of as an ace main. You've got to know how to open up lines of sight, even if there's a mute jammer or any particular utilities that is technically forcing him to not do anything. He could find a different way to get the kills, especially with the help of AK-12s. But all in all, Won't Stop Peaking, they will end up winning this map Chalet on a 7-3 score line. This is their map pick after all. But on map number 2, in which the map will be on Clubhouse, this is a map picked by Team Boomers. This will be an interesting one to be looking at, because Bombers, although they didn't had a good run on Chalet, maybe we could see a different opinion being made on map Clubhouse.
Well, we'll have to wait and see about Clubhouse, right? Because, of course, that map, as we know, is bread and butter for South Asian Siege teams. And it's been in the map pool for quite a while now as well. Reworked or not, I mean, it was only minorly buffed a couple of years ago. So, no real surprises that it's still pretty much largely a very beloved map. I just wish we wouldn't see so much of it so consistently. It is a map that I would say just way too often. Like, at this point, there's a joke to be made about SA Siege play any other map other than Clubhouse and Oregon Challenge, and it's literally just impossible difficulty at this point. Like, where's Bank? Where's, we saw Cafe earlier, I believe, but where's Skyscraper? Those maps are so good, and they don't even get played because everybody just wants to play the bread and butter. And I get it, you want to go to the maps you enjoy, but if you want to get ahead, you're going to have to learn these maps. The top three, even the top four, I would say, I'm going to lump Retrograde into this. These teams, they know these maps. And of course, none of them know it the same way as Hunters do. Hunters have mastery over nearly every map in the game. But other than that, of course, we have the other teams that are, they're pretty proficient on some of these maps as well. Of course, Mercenaries, they've played Chalet so many times. We call Chalet the Mercenaries domain, unless of course they're going up against the Hunters. And then of course you have Skyscraper, which is pretty much Hunters is like they've laid a claim to that map in its entirety at the moment. So they like to beat them, to even get close to their level, you're gonna have to learn these maps, and taking them to Oregon and Clubhouse will simply not work. A match that they're taking seriously, if it's a BO3 or a BO5, Oregon and our Clubhouse will be banned. That is a given, because they know it's bread and butter Siege for our region. They know that, going there is just, you're asking for a tough fight. So why not just go to the map that these folks know and they don't, the enemies, that is. But in the meanwhile, folks, we'll go into the math summary in just a quick minute here once we have everything set and ready. But to overall talk about this first map of Chalet, what we saw from the Bombers, nothing too particularly surprising or, particularly special, I would say. A couple of rounds look good from them, but won't stop peaking. They are a team that has played together for quite a while now. And of course, Kuntal being a valuable addition to their squad. I mean, Vinci, Desmond, Darklord, they've played together for a while. Violet and Kuntal, I believe, are relatively newer additions to the squad. And I say relatively because they've been playing together for a while already. Few months to a year at least. So they know each other quite well, and they know each other's playstyles quite well, and it just seems like they complement each other quite well as well. So they definitely have a lot to show for when it comes to this their overall presence in the match and so on and so forth. And yeah, it is going to have to uh, be up to the Bombers, as it were. Excuse me for losing my train of thought there, as to what they want to show us on Clubhouse. Like we said, bread and butter South Asia, but even against One Star Peaking, it's going to be difficult for them to hold on to a map like Clubhouse without, having a few panicky rounds here or there.
Yeah, there was a lot of panic rounds coming in from Bombers' end, but for Team One Stop Peaking, just like I said in the start of the stream itself, they did compete in the Community Cup. I did say they were in the grand finals. Actually, they weren't, because it was Team Water Boys versus Team Uvu. Yes, Uvu was also on the Community Cup, and both the teams, Team Uvu and Team One Stop Peaking, were at the lower bracket. In the lower bracket finals, where One Stop Peaking had lost and Uvu had proceeded into the grand finals. Now, the main reason why I'm saying this is because Uvu, they've succeeded on first qualifiers. And now Won't Stop Peaking, they just lost the chance in the first qualifiers when they went up against Team Shaheens. Now they have a second chance here, a second chance that they can have a spot into the playoff of Pro Series Fall. But in order to do that, they have to defeat Team Bombers. And Bombers, on the other hand, they are not looking too good, but I could say it's a fair share of efforts being made in Map Chalet itself. But in the end, on Map Chalet, it is a map being picked by Team Won't Stop Peaking. So on map number 2, Clubhouse, there will be a chance that Team Bombers can do something about it. But for now, let's take a look at the match summary itself, with Abdu being on top of the leaderboards, 9-7 kills KD ratio, and a cost percentage of 80%. Whereas on the side of Team Won't Stop Peaking, Dark Lord with a total of 9 kills. He's been making a lot of presence being shown, and Kuntal, 11 kills with 2 opening picks. And I mean, even if you do take a look at the EPS scores, 1.12 from Dark Lord, 1.11 from Kuntal, and 1.11 from Abdu. That's actually a good scoreboard that we are looking here from both the teams.
Mostly from the side of course, Won't Stop Peaking, and that is to say nothing against Bombers, of course, folks. They've definitely got potential, but again, they have to tap into it. In Clubhouse, we might see them tap into that potential that we are talking about, but of course, we'll have to wait and see as to how that goes. But for the time being, folks, we are of course done with map number 1, and we will be waiting for map number 2, which is, of course, Clubhouse, and we'll see who walks away with the win there. That is to say, who can get themselves either a potential ticket to map 3 or a qualifying match going straight in and joining Kita Esports from earlier tonight, folks. It is going to be a hell of a map, but we're going to be taking a quick break before we get back. We'll be right back. Stay tuned. Alrighty then, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back once again to the Esports Club Pro Series Fall Edition for Rainbow-Six-Siege, supported by Ubisoft, powered by Zotac Gaming, and our broadcast partner, Loco. I'm your host, Blackjack. Joining me is my co-host, Baba Gusta, as we are back once again for map number 2 of the second match of the day and the 6th overall qualifier game, second of Qualifier 2. That is, of course, between Won't Stop Peaking and the Bombers. We've already had one map, Chalet, which was a 7-3 for the side of Won't Stop Peaking. Mind you, they were the ones to pick that map. Clubhouse, of course, is going to be the side of Bombers pick, and they, right there, on this map, they are going to be going defense first, Won't Stop Peaking with the first attacking half. So it's going to be interesting to see how both these teams play on Clubhouse, and we'll be going into that map in just a short while. Don't worry, folks, the wait is not going to be that much longer.
Yeah, it wouldn't be, that's for sure. Although for Team Bombers, map number 1 really didn't go out in their favor, though. The first map did ended out on a 7-3 score line, and now they're here to have another chance on map Clubhouse. That's the best part about best of threes, right? If you fail at map number 1 at your own map pick, there is still a chance for them to come back on map number 2. So although Chalet didn't work out too much, map number 2 Clubhouse might be the chance for them to fling back and see whether if they can have their one final chance on deciders. But the way how Team Won't Stop Peaking have been performing on map Chalet, with the promising efforts being made from Dark Sides and actually, from Dark Lord again. Map number 2, I'm pretty sure the Team Won't Stop Peaking wouldn't have any problems dealing with the first half itself, since they're on attack. The attack were looking so promising. And for Bombers, defense might at least help them. So you could say it's almost like a 50-50 chance. But whether or not if it will happen, we'll get to see that in our screens, which we will head off right about now. Starting off with the ban phase, pretty sure it will be the same bans as we did get to see on map Chalet, Thatcher, Jackal. Actually, no, Jackal wasn't banned on attack. It was Nook who got banned at the time when it was Team Bombers who made a decision to ban that specific attack operator. But now it's also the same. Nook ban coming in from Bombers, and for Team Won't Stop Peaking, I'm pretty sure it will be the standard ban nonetheless. Thatcher and Mira. Shouldn't be a lot of problems with that. Yep, there you go. Won't Stop Peaking, banning Thatcher, and a Mira ban should also come in from the side of Team Won't Stop Peaking.
Once again, the Nook ban right there. No real surprises of that, of course, to be perfectly fair. But there we go. This is an interesting one. Azami will be taken off the board very quickly. And I mean, it is obviously understandable. Azami has become a mainstay for Clubhouse defense. And given just how influential that operator and her kunai knives are, I'm not surprised at the, well, ban of the Azami right there. We'll get into the more specifics of it in just a second here, folks. But of course, we have once again the few disconnection issues that Bombers seem to have at the beginning of every single game. They did ask for a pause at the end of the ban phase as we get the players back into the lobby. But with all that being said, of course, the final ban, Kaid, it is Clubhouse. It is understandable that Kaid would get shot, i.e. banned outright, as we now go into the round situation, round number 1, that is, and it seems like the site of choice is going to be Basement Church and Arsenal Room from the side of the Bombers. No Azami, mind you, so those impromptu bulletproof walls will not be available. That is, of course, Azami's specialty, and those things have become so useful. CCTV, garage hold is nearly impossible now. Well, it's still possible, but it's very hard to do without Azami and her Kiba barriers. Same with downstairs, keeping yourself protected from the hatch, having those weird half bottom angles that Azami can create with those Kiba barriers. They are just amazing to see and amazing to play with, and kind of annoying to play against. So the Azami ban is also understandable. Won't Stop Peaking auto attack first, so they want to make sure that they have absolutely no extremely annoying hurdles going into the round itself. Clubhouse is slightly defender-sided, very slightly. It's like 51-49%, 51 being defender-sided. So it can really go either way. Depends on how Won't Stop Peaking decides to play and how Bombers have their defensive setup made.
Yep, let's see how well it work out for Team Bombers, as the site will be on basement site and won't stop peeking. They will confirm their attack operators by bringing two of their hard breachers, Ace from the side of Violet and Hibana from the side of Desmond. Hibana is considered to be the queen of hatches, mainly because of her Excaros pellets, which in fact she'll be able to open up some recent from the hatches of kitchen, bar, and also from the stocks side. So opening up hatches shouldn't be much of a problem, especially with the kite being banned, but you still got to be careful of those impacts, which is presented from RX-7 and Dr. Insane. So they've got to worry about it, and they've got to worry about their man count, because Abdu, he just found out the opening.
Massive early kill right there. Cobra going down. Of course, swapping in this time around. Seems like Kuntal is unable to play this map, so Cobra has come in and unfortunately gone out of map number 1 already. Repair drones are being thrown into the site as the hatch is going to be opened. The site being kitchen, of course, mind you. As the hatch will be opened up, verticality has been set up as well to allow for just a little bit of entry clearance going into the rest of the round. There we go. Another Rotera has been pushed towards dirt. That should take... No, actually, it won't take care of the shield that's there because the Rotera itself was actually shot out, which means they need a little bit of protecting right now. Grenade is going to be sent in just a second here, but no, there's a magnet to stop Vinci from getting that piece of utility used up. Shots are fired, and Vinci wins that. There goes God, aka the smoke player. Equalizing the body count 1-1, going in through dirt. Is there anybody on kitchen hatch? There needs to be someone on kitchen hatch, someone on main stairs. Otherwise, this push might not work out.
Yeah, flashbangs being thrown around, and for now we still see Abdu making a lot of damage though, all the way from blue stairs. The second kill of it all by taking out Violet, but Vinci, he's also doing the same thing. Taking out RX-7, gets control on the side, but he forgot about not Deadpool all the way from the highlight side. And as we see all that chaos happening right from the side itself, it's a 1v2 where it's not Deadpool who needs to deal with a 1v2 situation. Dark Lord needs to remove his... he needs to remove the stings of the Legion goo mine and ensure that he doesn't take damage over time. Post plant, it will happen, which means that not that only has 45 seconds left. Information being given. Dark Lord needs to be careful, but he still gets the shot nonetheless. Won't stop peeking. A good execute, which had happened on the mid round, will end up giving them the win that they need. So to start things off, the attackers will end up getting their first round win. No problems at all.
Pretty okay round for Won't Stop Peaking. I won't say that it was perfect or it was very, very good because they had quite a few issues going into how they played the round. Just kind of overall a little bit sloppy, a little bit all over the place, and definitely can be better performed from their side as they move into round number 2. The site, once again, Basement Church, Bombers, excuse me, definitely believing that because of how close the round was, they have a shot at winning it. They just have to play it a little bit better, and they might just actually do that. They just have to play their cards correctly. Once again, with roughly the same operator lineup as before, not opting to go for any extensions onto first floor or second floor with the, Castle Mute Mozzie combo. As it was once known, the SSG roam strat. I remember when we used to call it that, Bob. Man, it's been a while. But, all things considered, nothing of that kind from the Bombers. They're really just content to stay mostly in the site with one player out roaming. Vinci already taking a bit of damage right there. Interesting. Not sure exactly from where. Could have been stock store. Could have been from a peak elsewhere in the map. Guess we'll find out later on. Kitchen door is also wide open as Vinci's just gonna, clear out some utility and pave the way for the rest of the attackers.
Vinci's location will be given away though from the alibis, Prisma's holograms, but nonetheless, he can at least show his presence. And for Team Bombers, all they've got to do is just ensure that they wouldn't get control on kitchen as fast as they'd expected it to be. Now, they still got to be careful on logistics because the alibi is currently being situated from that particular place. So a single use of Bailiff shotgun should work out well. Cobra, on the other hand, takes a lot of damage, which in fact will be forced themselves down to a total of 25 HP. Maybe it was a C4 that had been tossed out. Actually, no, not a C4. I believe that was a direct impact nade that dealt Cobra a lot of damage, but in the end, he still somehow stays alive on towards first floor bar. He's currently at a safe spot for now, ensuring that none of the roamers from Team Bombers have a good idea of thinking of eliminating players all the way towards the kitchen side. So protection's been given from the attackers. Now all they've got to do is to see whether if they can have the proper clearance towards K9 and the dummy spot.
For the time being, of course, Cobra more than happy to sit still when it comes to being in first floor. So much damage done to Vinci, my goodness. One smoke gas canister thrown at just the right spot, and Desmond goes down. In the meanwhile, Abdu coming in once again, clearly a thorn in the side of Won't Stop Peeking on the roam right now. No one's really gone for the roam clear above either, not that I've seen much of it from them, that is to be certain. They've just kind of passively let Abdu be, and well, Abdu has just done what he does best, what they do best, right? Taking kills and been a general nuisance. Now look at where Won't Stop Peeking stands. Two players are pretty much on death row at the minute. And of course, Desmond is down on the floor, leaving Violet and Darklord the only two healthy players remaining. It's a pretty tough spot to be in, and 30 seconds remain. They don't have much clearance. They haven't gotten dirt this time, so it looks like Bomber's decision to come back to the site was definitely warranted, as there comes in Abdu. Once again, Violet's come down, as Darklord gets one kill, but the impact from out of nowhere gets Violet and puts the situation in, well, a none v4. Oh dear me, little unfortunate with how the round went, because that could have been so much better, so much cleaner. But again, nothing in terms of roam clear from Won't Stop Peeking. They just kind of let the alibi be, and very much, got blasted because of it.
Yeah, not exactly what we'd expected for Won't Stop Peaking to be in a situation like that. But although RX7, no, it was God was playing as a smoke at that time. Although he did get picked out quite early on round number 1, he realized what that mistake was, and he decided not to over peak again in round number 2. And it ended up more of like a boon to him, Jack. I mean, you saw those perfectly uses of that smoke gas canisters, which really did put Vinci to a total of 20 HP. He was thinking of making an attempt for an aggressive peek to take out the smoke, but knowing that you only have 20 HP, you need to make your shots count, right? And making an aggressive attempt while you're this low in HP has high likely chance that you might get caught out in that gunfight. So, yeah, that's very unfortunate coming in from Won't Stop Peeking's end, especially from Vinci. But for Bombers, a job well done on round number 2 Basement Church. And now they've got to make sure that they keep their momentum up and running on CCTV and cash room. This time, no changes in the operators at all, but there will be some changes in the attacks from Team Won't Stop Peeking, especially from Cobra's end. Changing from Nomad to the Lion, the EE1Ds will help them give major information on roamers' whereabouts, or if you want to force the defenders to stay in one particular place, and that is towards Garage Catwalk. And now, since Azami's been banned, you cannot use those portable bulletproof covers that can help you give a lot of major protection. You're more likely to be picked off by a frag grenade, which will be followed up with some flashes to ensure that the Bommers mag grenades will get caught out. Now, the main problem that the attackers need to be careful has to be the mute jammers. So one of them is present from the garage, and I believe they have one impact, EMP impact that is. But the first frag will be Vinci. Good. I mean, he's been doing an excellent job when it comes to the initial picks. And he's all the way towards second floor CCTV. Oh no, danger lurks around as the gunfight still continues to happen. My goodness. The aggressive plays from Won't Stop Peeking is just too much to handle. And RX7 thinks that he's all the way towards the default plant. But no, it's not. It's post-plant. Oh no, disaster for Bombers as the panic just continues to soothe around. They only have 35 seconds left, and they are forced to make aggressive attempts. Claymore! Oh, okay. Gets caught out from both Violets and also from Smoke. But hey, I mean, if you get a Claymore kill, that's more than enough. 1v1.
Defenders have located
There's
the
still a
diffuser.
chance for RX-7 to clutch this if he finds Dark Lord's whereabouts. And I'm pretty sure Dark Lord is not going to give away on that location. All he's going to do is just listen to the sounds. He sees it, and he ends the life of RX-7. Won't stop peeking. An aggressive attempt, and it did work out well. Round number 3, they'll make sure that they would put themselves in the lead. 2-1 will be the scoreline.
They just walked into the site. They didn't even bother with clearing, none of that. They just said,
Nope.
hey, nice site, folks. We're just going to take it over. Don't worry about rent. We're not paying any. And,
Yeah.
true to their name, they took it over. And good job on that, too. Won't stop peaking. They're just setting the pace for the round and kind of the entire
Defenders,
game
protect your bombs
because
from
they're
being
the ones doing these aggressive plays and taking these leads, right? Bombers, on the other hand, they're mostly being reactive as they've gone back once again to second floor CCTV. Now, I would like to remind our viewers that even if Won't Stop Peaking did win the round, it only became that, it only was a round win, yes, but let's not forget, they came down to the 1v1, right? A weird positioning error from the Lion meant Cobra went down to his own Claymore, right? Along with the defender. Yes, it kind of works, one for the price of one. But at the same time,
10 seconds left before insertion.
you don't really want to make mistakes like that. On top of that, just losing their gunfights
seconds left.
so many times where they shouldn't have. If Bombers, had like that, the last pair of Bombers, if they had the ideal whereabout on the position of Dark Lord, then that round would have actually been lost. There was enough time to go for the counter defuse. So, Won't Stop Peaking has to be a bit more careful with how they play these rounds because they're being a bit too gung-ho about it, especially once they get into the site. But if it works, it works. I'm just saying it can be better from them.
Yeah, I just love it how I explained way too much about Garage Catwalk with them bringing the Lion. Vinci just decides, you know what, Baba, we're not going to do the strategic way. We're just going to follow the way of the monkey. And just pushes all the way towards second floor CCTV and decides to do everything that he wanted to do. Get 2 kills, control on CCTV, and just put a whole new meaning towards Caster's Curse. Impact EMPs being used to see whether if they can disable the mute jammers, but unfortunately it could not. But they will find out one of the players though. Hanging on the pool side, Dark Lord, be careful! Oh no, not a wrong way!
What?
Not a good way to be reloading his weapon. Oh man. Not a good way. Desmond will somehow get the refrag back, but maybe Dark Lord was thinking, you know what, I think I have an LMG in my hand, so he decides to reload out in the open. But, you have an assault rifle in the end, but yeah.
Even if you have an LMG, that's even less reason to reload in the open. Those things take years to reload. In the meanwhile, one more kill and one more return fire as Deadpool goes down, or not Deadpool, I should say, to Violet. And Vinci on the other side of things. Why are you climbing up the garage stairs without clearing bottom red? What is happening here? Cobra goes down. There is another player up top garage, mind you, and that's the Hibana. Desmond is mighty low on HP and could get taken down if the Thunderbird pushes up aggressively enough. Seems like that's the case. No. Setting up the C4 for default plan. That's actually smart from Dr. Insane. They just need to clear a little bit more out. Desmond is in here right now. Positions being given away, and the shots are fired. God gets that kill. Beautiful shot right there from Violet to get RX-7. Sees the mute. Can't quite get him. And the mute turns around, shoots him in the face. Well done right there from the defense again. Just way too gung-ho from the side of Won't Stop Peaking. They're just doing things for the sake of doing things. Where is your clear? You know there's a Thunderbird downstairs actively playing Lounge. That's a C4 player. Even if you don't clear Lounge to enter Garage, it's fine. But if you want to plant default, get that C4 player out of there. Where is it? Where is that clear? Why is Zofia reloading her M762 when you know that the enemy is right there? Switch to the pistol, take the fight. Darkwood just tried to run.
No, he did it for style points, right? He did it for style points. Like,
I'm
he
sorry,
deliberately
that's gonna be a
wanted
No. That's gonna be a minus 100 for style. Darkwood. I'm sorry, I'm taking
here's
your
the
style
thing.
points away. Give me your style license. I'm taking it right now.
If I have to be the devil's advocate, Cobra I wait. Dark Lord was the one who's playing as a
10
Sophia. All
seconds
right.
to insertion.
So Dark Lord, I think he wanted to
5 seconds remaining.
reload out in the open mainly because he wanted to fake out the player who
Attackers must
was,
locate and defuse a
who
bomb.
was, prone from the
I
window
think he was down
side.
to
So
0 bullets in his magazine, Baba.
yeah, I know. I think he was trying to make a fake reload to see whether if he can force his way out and then get the kill, only to realize that he had no bullets to, make that fake reload. So he was forced to go on a full reload. So maybe he got caught out like that. And turns out the strategy of, Dark Lord didn't work out too well in his favor. But yeah,
I mean,
that was
then
my.
then I'd just say that you gotta, be a little bit more aware of the numbers on your screen, man. Come on.
I mean, sometimes even I'm unaware of the numbers. Sometimes I just usually end up an entire magazine
mean-
and just decides to use my impact instead of just use guns. I'm,
I
I'm,
mean,
I'm
it
more of like
happens
a
to the best of us.
utility. Yeah,
I mean, it
more of a
happens to the best of
utility
us,
guy.
right? Like,
more
I'm
than
not,
I use the bullets.
I'm not like trying to, completely go off on Dark Lord or something like that. It's not like that. I'm just saying,
No.
like
It's all just fun.
you're
and
playing
games, guys.
Siege
Don't
at
worry
that.
about
Oh, there goes the Oryx though.
Oh.
Vinci taking that first kill. Abdu goes down. As okay, I was actually thinking about talking about the Oryx, believe it or not, but I guess I won't be for this round.
Yeah, I guess we ended up talking more about Dark Lord's this video.
A bomb has been
I
located.
swear.
Oh man, Abdu, man, he's not looking too good though because with the Oryx down and out, they have an entire clearance on first floor. Now, since they have a lot of problems on tunnel, Smoke God will make sure to fall back and see whether if he can hold out the attackers who's making their push towards tunnels aside. But they've also got to be careful on main stairs. Won't Stop Peeking, on the other hand, are yet to get into the site first with all 5 players still alive and kicking. The only main problem is that they don't have control on time though. A minute left. All 4 players are currently situated in towards the kitchen side. They're still trying to use that line of sight. Smoke God apparently getting flashed, but he still stays alive nonetheless. Have control. Where's the smoke gas canisters used? But will that be of effect? No, it does not. Violet still stays alive. It's still post-prod, and now tensions starts to rise around. Prone peak 1. Dr. Insane gets the other, which would, in fact, however, confirms this into a 3v3. Dark Lord is still alive too. An attempt of a flank will be denied, which means that it will be Dr. Insane who needs to make an insane plays, but Dark Lord denies it and gets his revenge of that previous round. Round number 5 at the hands of Team Won't Stop Peeking as they'll get themselves in the lead 3-2. And in round number 6, we'll get to see whether if Team Won't Stop Peeking can get themselves in the lead or high likely a chance that this could end up on a 3-3 equalizer.
Yeah, there's definitely a very good chance of that, right? So far, however, I will say one thing. That is the defense that we've seen from Bombers has left a little bit to be desired. Again, like I said in the last round, right? They're very reactive. They're
Attackers
reacting
need to locate
to what's
and
coming
defuse
towards
bombs.
them rather than, proactively making strats and playing rounds the way that Force Won't Stop Peeking to try to adapt. They're not really doing that. They're losing a round first, then going to that same site and adapting for Won't Stop Peeking's playstyle. And it just so happens that Won't Stop Peeking is one of those teams where they kind of just do the same thing if they see it works, right? They don't really change it up. And that's what happened, right? Round 1, we had a very dirt and hat-centric push. It worked. Round 2, we had the same push on basement again. Bombers decided, okay, we can play around this fact because they don't really go for roam clear and all that stuff. So let's just have somebody play above. They're probably not going to clear them, and we can bite them in the back. That's exactly what happened. Same with CCTV. Again, they just kind of walked into the site, right? So Bombers just said, let's not let them walk into the site. And guess what? It's as simple as that when it comes to Won't Stop Peeking. It's down to just like a few words, and that's pretty much their game plan for a given round. But this time they changed it up. They've gone to gym bedroom immediately after losing basement church, realizing that this time there's a much higher chance of them losing the site again, which would of course be pretty bad for their chances of winning the map overall. They want to go to map 3. It's very clear that they are determined, but they have to win rounds to do that. And to do that, sometimes you've got to change sites as soon as possible to be able to make a play happen.
Yeah, this will be a difficult task for Bombers Main problem is that whenever they usually lose one of the sides, they'd adapt it back and win on the next round itself. But now knowing that the side is on second for Gym and Bedroom, the odds are stacked against Bommers' end. Mainly because if Team Won't Stop Peeking have the upper hand when it comes to succeeding in the round. But since you have a Mira in play from Dr. Insane, it's highly likely a chance that Boomers can win this out. The only main question for the attackers is how will they deal with the mirror Mira? I kind of heard one of the C4 sound being just like prepped and ready to throw it out. Still have two of the bulletproof cams, bulletproof shields, which will be destroyed from the C4. And Cobra, he is still alive. That's interesting.
That is just barely though, as they're gonna need some sort of utility clearance to get rid of the meat jammer that's keeping that Mira window protected for now. Desmond from down below trying to get the other one that's in logistics. I think he might just have. He's gonna draw himself above the main stairs as well, making sure the bar is clear in the meanwhile. As the attackers are still kind of stuck in these weird positions. Desmond trying to go up. Drone is guiding him up to the second floor. Proximity alarm is going to give away his position, but Cobra gets Deadpool nonetheless. That is your Jaeger down. And there goes another one. That is the mute taken off. The approach is in from Logistics. Vinci, there's one right next to him. He doesn't know and goes down, but Dark Lord gets Dr. Insane nonetheless. The Sophia walks up, gets one. Desmond gets taken out by Abdu, but it's a 1v2 now. As Abdu gets another, that's a diffuser dropped on the floor. 30 seconds remaining. The Alibi has just turned the situation into a winnable one. They've got to get the diffuser, and Dark Lord has done just that. Plant is going off on Jim. Abdu's coming in for the denial. Can he get it? No, he can't. The vault into the bathroom is seen by Cobra. Somehow Abdu missing the shots on the Osa, and the Alibi bites the dust nonetheless. Won't stop peeking. Well, they won't stop winning rounds either, it seems, as they will move on to the second half. Their defensive half, mind you, which means they are now on the map side advantage, quote unquote, aka defensive clubhouse, while being 4-2 up on round 7. So Bombers, once again, the odds are getting stacked against them.
Yeah, it really is. And that too with Cobra. Surviving a C4 blast, destroying both of the bulletproof shields, somehow he stays alive with 20 HP. And what's more than all, he ends up with the final kill by only having 20 HP from his hand. How lucky can you be knowing that you're at a very disadvantageous situation and you end up getting the final kill? Round number 7. With Won't Stop Peeking, ending things off in the first half on a 4-2 scoreline, meaning 4 rounds on attack. They're very close on being qualified for the playoffs. And for Bombers, I gotta say, good attempt on second for Master Bedroom / Gem. But once you saw Vinci just push to the side immediately, when he gets the opening pick, all the way from Logistics Hatch, you see the rest of the players from Won't Stop Peeking joining alongside with him. And because of that, the amount of contesting gunfights and trade games that Bombers had to deal with it's just impossible to contain that situation at all. And now, since Bombers are the ones on attack, it's very difficult to, replicate the exact same thing that Won't Stop Peeking were doing on attack. So they'll be going slow and methodical, using, maybe just going in for a normal push. The drone works to give info and see whether if they can remove one of the important players on defense. Cobra, on the other hand, he wants to deny this, so he'll just use one of his impact nades and destroy both of the Summer Breach charges, in which one of them will get denied, but not the second. Cobra is just ensuring that if the A's do use a third Summer Breach charge, it will get denied immediately. So it's like a utility for a utility, It's just perfectly balanced.
A soul for a soul, as it were. I think that's the exact phrase you were searching for, Bob. But anyhow, not to put yeah, pretty much. Not to put words in your mouth, but I had to make the round. I can never pass up on one of those chances. But anyhow, coming back into the round, I do like the pick of the Legion, mind you. The longer the round goes on for, and Bombers know this, the longer the round goes on for, the harder it'll be for them to get into the site because of the snowball effect that Legion has. Vinci, that is a risky peek there, my friend. gets lit up because of it. But of course, as the Thunderbird, they can just heal themselves back up, and there we go. Vinci's back up even beyond the HP that they would normally have otherwise, and we hear the first Legion Goo-Mine go off in someone's shins. Painful as it is, you gotta deal with even more of them. Dr. Insane taking damage, and once again, the snowball effect is gonna be in play, but Cobra goes down. RX-7 taking a big kill right there. That's your Legion gone, so that's at least, I think, 1, maybe 2 Goo-Mines that will no longer be in play as... the Valkyrie, I think, droned out and gets taken down. Once again, RX-7 with another kill. Dark Lord finds one, but the Osa giving away Dark Lord's position, making it so hard for this player to even sit comfortably in top garage. RC Reteros are coming in from the back as we have what could be some more kills coming in. Maybe the... Okay, Flores peeking, trying to get it, but can't. Another smoke grenade out, but there's somebody already in garage, jumped in through the CC window. Nobody watching that angle. Violet gets one. That's RX-7 down, and there is no smoke grenade remaining, so the Osa can just set up the shop and get the plant going. This is huge right now, and they have a Thunderbird working for them to boot. Coming in very aggressive, trying to get the planter out, but can't quite. Need to switch to the shotgun. Gets one, gets two. No way do they walk away with this. They have pings on the final player as well. What HP? Oh, so close. Dr. Insane had more HP to take that gunfight, and the Flores walks away with it. Again, a little bit too jumpy from the Won't Stop Peeking side, and they kind of abandoned important sight lines way too quickly. And unfortunately, they lost the round because of it. A disconnection right there from the side of Won't Stop Peeking, but they haven't asked for a pause. Okay, Desmond's back already, so I guess they don't need a pause going into the rest of the round. But yeah, could have been better. Again, they kind of just have to hold. They kind of have to play on the back foot every now and again just to allow the attackers to come to them so that they can take advantage of it. They're not doing that, and they don't do that in general. That's kind of Won't Stop Peeking's style, right? And it's worked for them, 8 times out of 10, but a little bit better performance could have seen them seal the deal on this match already, I feel like. Bombers, on the other hand, of course, they'll be happy to just have gotten a round, now 1 round away from equalizing.
Yeah, Desmond and Cobra, both of them got picked out from RX-7 all the way from the blue stairs, right? And they even had a lot of information, mainly because there was an attack drone which was placed right then and there itself. And
5 seconds to go.
knowing that they've already lost both of the players and there's only 3 players left with all the smoke gas canisters being expended, the OSA, which is such a powerful operator when it comes to denying lines of sight and providing control on certain choke points, if the smoke had at least one of his gas canisters still being present, he could have been able to deny the plant. And what's even more interesting about that previous round was that none of them were holding on towards first floor lounge, I'm guessing. So maybe they could have, used a different way of, maybe a C4 play or a shotgun to open up lines of sight and destroying them. Could have worked out, but when it comes to a situation where all of the lines of sight has been covered up, it's very difficult to, do exactly that. But all in all, great efforts being made from Violet's Ascend. 1 HP, almost a chance for him to get that headshot and give them the clutch that we'd love to see on round number 7. But the only biggest question here for Dark Lord is that he knows that there will be an Osa who will show her presence towards the garage side. So the biggest question is, how will Dark Lord deal with this situation? Will he use the impacts? Actually, he doesn't have impacts. He only has proximity mines. Chalet got to be careful on the Windows side, and Violet gets away with 2? I'm sorry, what?
Okay, then.
He just casually peeks out from the windows of CCTV and gets away with 2 kills. Headshot by removing both the soft and the hard breaches. How does this work? Is this some kind of voodoo magic that I don't even know about?
I wouldn't exactly go that far, but it's certainly surprising. I don't think anyone was expecting the SMG-11 player, the smoke player of all, to be going out and getting those kills. That's 1 hard breacher, and of course the sledge down, and oh no, a bit of misdroning. Desmond was in the bathroom, gets 2, and that's diffuser drop as well. It's all now up to the lone Osa on the rappel. Position given away as the shots are fired, takes 1 kill and gets shot by Violet. Clearly activated in this round. Well played right there, too. Won't stop peaking as they once again re-establish the 2-round lead that they have enjoyed for so long in this match. And it is now 5-3 up. Round 9 is now going to be in play, and seems like we're going to be changing up the site to Basement Church and Arsenal Room. Now, of course, if this were still Chalet, I would be saying that Basement is not the best site to go on, given how Chalet just kind of plays as a map, right? But when it comes to this map, aka Clubhouse, Basement is, of course, pretty much the best site to go on, arguably speaking, because some teams still prefer to go to top floor, some teams still prefer to go to the other side, some even prefer gym over the other two sites, right? But that's the thing about Clubhouse, all three sites are very viable. Bar storage, with certain strategies and certain plays being made, is also a pretty good site to play on. And that, of course, is something that both teams will have to be fully aware of going into the rest of this round, going into the rest of this match. Now, for the time being, site is Basement Church. We have a 5-3 situation. It's actually pretty much a mirror of Chalet, because it was, again, a 4-2 first half for Won't Stop Peaking. They lost their first round on the second half, and now they won the second round on the second half. So, and on top of that, they're on the advantageous side in the second half as well. So, okay, spawn pick from Vinci, but gets away with not quite murder, but gets away with their head, which they really shouldn't have, given that they were peeking in the wrong direction entirely. But it is what it is. Vinci just scaring the attackers a little bit. Dark Lord taking their place on the stairs right now, waiting to see if there's any gunfights coming their way.
Yeah, Abdu, he's got to be careful though. Okay, he just both of them gets away with Dark Lord. I believe Dark Lord will still give some minor information just by listening to the sound calls that's been happening right from outside. But all in all, man, you got to see what Boomer is currently facing in the situation. This time, we will see God, who's playing as the Fuse, will make sure that the cluster charges which will be used on Kitchen will be so influential, which in fact will have no problems getting control on Arsenal Room, but the major problem of it all has to be on K9 position. So they've got to figure out a way, and that way has to be on gaining control on either on tunnel side or at blue stairs. That's the only way that they could counter that position, and Vinci is currently in that place. Impact nades being used to deny the not the exothermic charge, the Excaros pellets. Two of them which has already been used, which means Cobra will be forced to fall back. He's done his job. He'll make sure to hold a very good angle and see whether if we can get an opening pick or two from Boomer's end. C4 being tossed, but to no avail, as Vinci will be forced to fall back, and the Fuse will do his job by using his cluster charges to see whether if he can get an important utilities out or maybe a player out too.
That's the thing about the Fuse, right? He can detonate it at any point. All he has to do is put it down on a surface, and he can just use it at any point. He can keep an entire area clear just by using cluster charges left, right, and center, and he's used all 4 right now. The Fuse player, excuse me. And of course, that means that they will have to play a little bit more conservatively in terms of their resources. They've just used up their biggest utility clear, as we have the RC Roteros now being brought into play. That should get rid of the Militia Banshee that's on the church corridor. A lot of verticality being tossed around here as the flashbangs come in, but so do the gas grenades. We have God taking a ton of damage towards Dirt, actually gets DBNO. Dark Lord finds Dr. Insane. Vinci finishes off the Fuse. And once again, it seems like it's a bad position to be in for the Bombers. RX-7, however, is not going to give up. Gets a kill. Abdu drops in through everything, basically. Finds the smoke. And Dark Lord comes in from the back, gets RX-7. In the meanwhile, the plant is happening. It's going to be a post-plant, but it does not matter. Vinci and Cobra get the 2 kills, even as the plant is confirmed, meaning the post-plant will happen, and the denial will be done. And that means, folks, we're going to a 6-3. It is series point and match point for Won't Stop Peaking right now.
Map point it is for Team Won't Stop Peaking. And in round number 10, Team Bombers, man, they are definitely looking out of place. The past 2 rounds on attack, round number 8, which was an entire push from Vinci, and now on round number 9, it was just a slow and steady push, but it ended up but it did ended up being in their favor nonetheless. So yeah, won't stop peaking on map point. And in round number
Defenders,
10,
protect
they've
your bombs from being
since they've
defused by
succeeded
attackers.
in defending both the sides of CCTV and church, now they've got to ensure that they win second floor gym and master bedroom. And if they could not succeed, they can usually go back to CCTV room and end things off. But there's high likelier chances that bombers can win CCTV room side too. So anything can happen for bombers if they find the right opportunity at the right time. That's a difficult one though, because second floor gym bombers, they can go for an out of nowhere push, just like how Vinci did
5
on
seconds
round
to
number
go.
6. So just by opening up second floor gym, opening up lines of sight, creating a lot of distractions towards logistics should do the trick to succeed in majority of their gunfights. But you also need to make sure that the rest of the players from Team Bombers go alongside with the guy who's making that first initial approach. So let's see whether if in action phase the Team Bombers would succeed this attempt. Or maybe we could see Team Won't Stop Peaking, picking off players one by one. Can be a possibility. Can happen, but let's just see what the response would be from Bombers end.
All right, then. Garage peek right now from Cobra, but walks away from it. Probably at the best time, as a breach comes in from the back, and CCTV has been blown wide open. The site, of course, is gym bedroom, and we have the thermite trying to figure out how far the mood jammer extends before going for a breach, which is a pretty smart thing to do, actually, all things considered. You want to make sure you know exactly where to put down the breach charges, and I think another breach
Bomb
will
located by
happen as
attackers.
a result. Of course, the mute jammers having a slightly shortened radius than they used to. Abdu gets one,
No!
but again, return fire. Vinci with the suppressor this time, getting Dr. Insane and killing off the drone as well. Unfortunate right there. Cobra taking a bit of damage from a few shots fired their way, but it's still a 4v4. Gym bedroom, of course, a site where losing bodies is not actually too much of a bad thing, particularly speaking for, of course, the defenders. Attackers, of course, would like to not lose bodies as they push towards the site. Second mirror window is finally going to be popped towards the gym, towards, of course, the gym corridor, bathroom wall. There's more shots about to be fired. CC once again, breach going off here. There's so many breaches in the map, and yet we don't actually have much action happening. As I say that, Desmond finds out X7.
Yep, only 3 players left for Bombers to ensure their victory on round number 10. Flashbang. It's very effective for the Mira, but in the end it will be Cobra who will still held off their ground all towards the highways itself. Now it's only the one of the players, aggressive push attempt from not Deadpool, but he's the only player left, and he needs to clutch this 1v2. Diffuser not in the hands of the attackers. C4 won't be able to claim the light of not Deadpool just yet. Information being given from the Lucy's Banshee, and Violet gets it with a headshot. So you could say in the end that the Thermite was looking at the Banshee and decided, you know what? I think I'm in danger. Won't stop peeking. 7-3. Map Clubhouse. It's all theirs. And we all know what's going to happen here, folks. Team Won't Stop Peaking will be qualified for the playoffs for Pro Series Fall.
Pro Series Fall Edition now has 2 more teams that have qualified, folks. Kid Esports and Won't Stop Peaking have charged their way after 2 consecutive 2-0s and pretty comfortable performances as well into the top 8. They've joined the teams from last week, and now 6 out of 8 teams have been confirmed for the top 8 spot, which leaves only 2 more teams, aka 4 more teams that have to fight it out in 2 more matches. That'll be tomorrow, mind you, as we just got done with these set of matches. We're not quite done yet, of course. We have the highlights to go over and then the match summary, and then we will, of course, be done and dusted. The overall usual graphic stuff that we show off at the end of every given game. But I do have to say, though, Won't Stop Peaking, a pretty good performance from them. A little bit lacking in some areas, a little bit too gung-ho in others. And at the same time, Bombers not really living up to the challenge. 7-3, 7-3 is the score for both maps. And yeah, all things considered, not the best showing from Well, from Bombers, Won't Stop Peaking on the other hand, of course, could have been a little bit better as we go into the highlights to talk a little bit more about what happened in the match.
And first half itself, Team Bombers, though, Team Bombers, they've done a great job when it comes to adapting to the situation, right? Mainly because whenever Team Won't Stop Peaking succeeds on the first round, they'd usually fling back, winning round number two as well. And there were some questionable decisions that Team Won't Stop Peaking did, especially from Vince's end on attack. There were a lot of let's just say problems that Won't Stop Peaking were having in the first half, but initially they did bring themselves back up in the second half itself while they were on defense, winning all three sites: CCTV, church, and gym, all by themselves. And they didn't have any problems on defense itself, except on round number 7, where Violet was left in a 1v3, 1 HP remaining, and he was about to clutch that round itself. But all in all, it was a great efforts being made from Bombers end. First half, a good presence being shown on defense, but unfortunately, the same cannot be said on attack too. There was a lot of gunfights that usually did ended up being in favor for Team Won't Stop Peaking, especially from Dark Lord and Cobra. Actually, no, Dark Lord and Vinci, who'd usually end up winning most of that challenging gunfights, which would happen from time to time. So, Won't Stop Peaking, they'll be very happy about this because they just qualified for the main event. And now, the only question that I have to ask is that since Team Won't Stop Peaking have qualified for second place for the second qualifiers, and also the first qualifiers where Team Uvu have also gained their spot. So very interesting. I'm very curious and interested to know on what exactly is going to happen on playoff side itself, Jack, because there's a lot of storyline that we could talk about from One Stop Peaking's end, from Kira Esports, Team Uvu, and also how can I forget Team Mercenaries, who couldn't get to qualify mainly because of Hunter's LFO winning their best of 3 matchups on a 2-1. So there's a lot of things that I would love to say, but for Bombers, though, their adventure has come to an end, unfortunately. They've done a great run, they've had an amazing journey, but in the end, they just have to bow out and uh, see whether if they can have their luck next time.
That is for sure. I mean, next time, of course, is going to be a long ways away because after the Pro Series fall, of course, we have the SA
SM
Nationals
Nationals.
coming back, folks. So that's going to be a competition of all of the teams, the top 8 or something like that, in terms of SA Nationals points. It's basically the competition of the teams that have played and won relatively consistently for the last few months now. And that's exactly what we'll be looking forward to as well. All these months of Community Cup, Pro Series, and so on and so forth, they've all boiled down to this. 2 teams remain to qualify for the top 8, and then we will have our final standings and teams to qualify for the South Asia Nationals, the return of the biggest stage of South Asia, folks. We hope you're ready. It's going to be an absolutely amazing, amazing time when it comes to these matches for sure. I would like to say though, Cobra dying. Oh, actually, it's Violet's Claymore that killed the Cobra. I thought that was Cobra's own Claymore that he died to when the defender ran out from garage door. But as it turns out, no, that was actually, that was actually Violet's Claymore. All right. Nice little bit of retrospect there, I guess. You know, they say hindsight is 50-50 after all. But anyhow, all things considered, Boomers, it's Bombers, excuse me. Decent enough run, but against Won't Stop Peaking, it just wasn't to be. The matchup wasn't quite one that was made in heaven, right? Because at the end of the day, all they could do was fight for their lives against a team that was very much alive and very aggressive for most of the round. I did mention that they've been a bit too gung ho this match, and I will stand by that. They've been a bit too gung ho in this match, and that's probably not going to stand for too long when they eventually reach and start playing in the playoffs, especially if they are sent down to the lower bracket, because then, of course, no team's gonna like, a team like Won't Stop Peaking playing against them. They will be read into. They are a little predictable, which is their biggest problem. They're pretty easy to predict and pretty easy to fight against overall. And that's something, of course, that they will have to try and figure out. They've got some time to practice. They've got some time to figure things out and do some team meetings and all the like. So, all that to say that it's an exciting team for sure, but a team that needs a little bit more going for them when it comes down to their overall playstyle.
Yeah, absolutely. The way how Won't Stop Peaking has played, I mean, yeah, like I could even include both on the Community Cup series as well as on the Pro Series Fall too. Their performance have been exceptional when it comes to coordination, teamwork, initial frag outs. But knowing that the team Won't Stop Peaking has to go up against the best of the South APAC region, they know they have to go up against Hunters LFO, Mercenaries, Kira Esports, Retrograde. Things will be challenging for Team One Stop Peaking to ensure that they would get a spot for the SA Nationals. So they have a lot of work that needs to be done. So I know for the fact that they will practice for you still have a lot of days left, right? After tomorrow, the second qualifier comes to an end. I believe we would start our playoffs around 20th of this month. So you have ample amount time to practice, to see what kind of setup is suitable for the counters for the teams, and they would have ample amount of time to see and practice well. So Won't Stop Peaking, I wish them the best of luck. Since they are in the playoffs, they'll make sure to give it the best that they've got. And for all the rest of the teams who are qualified in the playoffs too, teams like Kira Esports, who are currently secured that third spot. And if I get the information right, I believe I have it right here. The first qualifiers, I know Hunters LFO, who did succeed in winning both of their seasons, 20 points. MRCZ, who are still yet to be qualified, and which in fact we'll get to see on tomorrow itself. But yeah, all in all, I'm very excited to see what's going to happen on this on the final fall stage here, Jack.
I mean, yeah, pretty much the final stage, right? This upcoming Pro Series top eight. Because after this, again, like we mentioned time and time again, it's the SA Nationals. There's a lot coming in terms of Siege gameplay for all of our viewers at home as we, of course, just await for some final bits and pieces to fall together for the match summary. Don't worry, we're not going to keep you all here for all that much longer. I mean, it's not like, excuse me right there. But yeah, all things considered, a pretty decent game, pretty decent couple of games for the teams today as they fought quite a bit in this matchup. And overall, I gotta say, it was, of course, a good day for Won't Stop Peaking and Kid Esports. And there you can see 7-3, 7-3 to both of these teams as they have, to both of these maps in Won't Stop Peaking's pocket. I kind of lost my train of thought again. I gotta work on that. I don't know, it's been happening to me recently a lot. But anyhow, Kid Esports with the 2-0, Won't Stop Peaking with the 2-0. They are qualified in alongside Team Uwu, Militant Esports, Hunters LFO, and of course, and I may or may not have forgotten the last team's name. Oh dear me, that's embarrassing.
Uh, the
Uh,
first qualified
yeah,
team
the
is
first four.
Shaheen's.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Yeah,
Shaheen's, right. How could I forget? How could I
Shaheen's
forget?
team
My
Uvu,
goodness.
Militant Esports, and Hunters LFO, the first qualifiers. And now we just have to wait for the
Mm.
rest of the two teams, which will happen on tomorrow. And that two team will determine who will have a spot and see what kind of change do we get to see in the points table itself. There is a lot of teams which are very new here, Jack. If I have to take an example, I'd say on first qualifiers, we have Uvu, Militant Esports, and on the second qualifiers, if I have this information right, we have Won't Stop Peaking, who still has some points left, and Kira Esports, who has somehow secured on third place. The only difference is that we only have new faces on the first qualifiers, and that is Militant Esports and Team Uvu, who will make their debut in the Pro Series Fall. So for these two teams, they have a lot of work that needs to be done. And if they lose in the lower brackets itself, claiming only 1 point, it's not going to look well for these teams though, because they won't have a chance to have a spot in the SA Nationals. But whether or not whether if it will happen or not, but for now, folks, we just have to end this stream for now. And if you want to have a chance if you want to have a chance at taking a look at the game of Rainbow Six Siege, go ahead. The link is in the description below. And also, for your high tech graphic cards, you even have Zotac Gaming. Everything, you have the best of the discounts which will happen. Everything is in the link in the description below. And of course, huge shout out for Loco, our broadcast partner, in which you get to see all the awards, check the famous content creators, and you get to have a fun time there as well. But for now, we just have to end the stream. Thank you all for watching. This is me, Bob Gusta, with me, my co-caster Blackjack, and also on the production side, Assassin. And we will see you guys tomorrow. Take care and good night.